Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the meeting to order. Mayor Roscoe,
Present.
Vice Mayor Kaplan, Councilmember London,
Present.
Councilmember McCormick. Here. Councilmember Moss.
Here.
Councilmember Sardinius.
Here.
Councilmember Vasquez. Here. Mr. Mayor, we do have a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Mr. Vasquez, will you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Mayor, we have an invocation from Father Juan Carlos Paguagua, St. Agnes Catholic Church.
Please come forward. Continue to stand here.
Turn this volume down.
God of wisdom, we seek your help this evening. Come and let your wisdom fall upon this gathering. Help us come up with effective strategies that we can enable to move forward as a team in meaningful ways. Give us clarity so that we can effectively tackle each part of today's agenda. Help us to generate good plans that are practical, sustainable, and easily implemented. Reveal problem areas and show us the best solutions that will apply. Guide us toward the best way to take action to accomplish our goals. Help us to tackle all the topics we need to discuss. Come up with excellent solutions and leave this meeting inspired and on time. Dear God, help us apply your wisdom as we decide on certain matters and make plans. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
First item, Mr. Mayor, is brief comments by council.
Fernando, since Argentina won, you can have your first shot.
Thank you. I don't know if on Sunday, but today certainly. Go Argentina, right? Just wanted to give thanks to the KB Piano Festival. It was great. It was such a wonderful gathering, Mayor, and I had an opportunity to be there and just enjoy great music. I hope we have an opportunity to have more of those gatherings with such great music. I want to congratulate Amarilis Fridejoto as well as all the folks that worked very hard on this, and thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Kaplan.
Well, I think that given what Fernando spoke to, I should probably express commiserations for our sizable Croatian community here on the Cape. In the spirit of Christmas, it just occurs to me to mention an amazing story of generosity having to do with the community church and the quandary that they found themselves in relative to the Christmas tree order that went awry. The generosity that that engendered to replace those trees and to replace some of that cash is really quite a warming story.
Fantastic. Mr. Moss.
I just also want to give a shout out to our staff for a great Winterfest. I think all the kids in my family enjoyed it, and we had some people not from Key Biscayne that came and just were blown away about that festival that we have. So thank you very much for that. I also want to thank our fire department. I had 2 run-ins with them over the weekend, and A+ service and whatever we needed. So they did a great job, and just want to recognize them as well. Last, I also want to give a shout out to my good friend Dave McDaniel. He went through a little bit of an accident, and we wish you a speedy recovery. Thank you.
Mr. Sardinius.
Winterfest blew me away. What an amazing event. The kids had a great time. I had an amazing time. Really, the village has outdid itself once again. I just want to thank everybody. And with regards to the staff, we had, for those of you who weren't privy to this, we had what they consider an orientation, mostly for us newbies up here. And it was excellent, and it just reminded me what an excellent team we've put together. So I'd like to give a huge congratulations and shout out to the manager for having put that team together. The day was long. It was great. There was a lot of dialogue. I learned a tremendous amount, and I'm very happy with what I was able to hear and see. I'm very grateful for you guys. Thank you.
I was going to talk about yesterday as well, so I'm just going to echo it was amazing, and I think for the village, you should know we have a fabulous staff. You are in really good hands, and they are working so hard to make this community the best that it can be, to protect it against all of the natural threats and traffic and everything else. So it was a great day yesterday. Thank you so much for putting it together and for everything you do every day.
Ditto.
All right. Mr. London, are you good or?
Talking to me? Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I think during this season, which is going to be jolly and festive and have a great time, we have to look around and realize how lucky we are. Everybody in this game lucky compared to the rest of the world, compared to the rest of the country. And we have to really, think some of the things aren't perfect. We're trying to make it better here. We're doing our best. But really, we're very fortunate. And hopefully this season we can help other people in other communities in other parts of the world to also improve their lives and make their lives better. And that's my holiday wish.
Thank you very much. As for myself, I was very worried that we'd have to have a day of mourning when Spain lost, Brazil lost, Portugal lost, and thankfully Argentina is still helping us to get through this. So.
We aims to please. So
Okay.
It's a good week for Milanesa.
We're ready to go to public comments. Madam Clerk. Okay. Max Whitecam, please come forward.
This is my first time. I haven't been here.
Yes,
No problem.
come there. Yes.
Okay, this is my first time in one of these meetings. I got an email from the Chamber of Commerce yesterday about the noise ordinance, and I wanted to talk a little bit about
If you would
that.
just start with your name and address.
My name
please.
is Max Weichman. I represent Milanesa. I'm a resident of Key Biscayne for the past 10 years. I lived here since I lived here when I was 6 years old until 13. Then I went back to Argentina, and then I came back 10 years ago. So I've been in the Key all my life. I know exactly the changes that we've made here in the Key.
Excuse me, Mr. Whitman, your home address, please.
My home address is 1121 Crandon Boulevard, apartment D402, Key Biscayne, Florida 33149.
Thank you.
Welcome. Any other questions? Okay. Okay. So this is my first time here, and I really, I was shocked really about the noise ordinance. I think it's something that you're not considering the businesses. Because one thing is having a noise ordinance for residential, which I agree. Maybe, I don't know about the time limit, about 10 p.m. I think it's a little exaggerating. No, I think the community has changed over the past years. I think there's a lot of families now. There's the difference. I mean, I remember living, when I was a kid, I used to go to the towers where I live currently, and like 95% of the people that lived there were elderly or people, But now, now they're all young and families. And now it's like maybe 5% of them are people. And my kids play in the hallway, and they play soccer, and they make noise, and and they play in the pool. So I think the Key Biscayne has changed. And according to the noise ordinance, I don't think like anywhere in Miami, a restaurant or any business has to turn off the music or lower the music at 10 p.m. Okay, I think it's something that you have to take into account. So I don't know if you have any questions.
No. Thank you for your comments.
Okay, I don't know what's the procedure to stop this. I can, if it's necessary, I can have a petition like 500, 1,000 signed for Monday if you want.
For right now, your comments here are very good, and
Okay.
we appreciate you coming.
All right,
Thank
you.
Next speaker, Carlos Villanueva.
Good evening. Carlos Villanueva. I live in 50 Ocean Lane Drive, apartment 106. It's also my first time here, and I'm quite new to the Key. I've been here for barely 3 years. I just got notice about this proposed ordinance. It seems unreasonable to me, especially that on a weekend you're limiting to 10 p.m. Any type of noises. I don't think we're a retirement village. There's quite young people here, and I've always heard that if it's not broken, you shouldn't fix it. And I just think you should leave things as they are and not implement any changes. I think life in the Key is quite reasonable and nice. I think we're in general reasonable people living here in the Key, and this has some type of smell of intolerance of putting a 10 p.m. basically curfew on noise on the weekends. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next, I have Maria Ventura.
Hi, I'm Marina Ventura. I live here in 745 Fernwood Road, Key Biscayne, Florida. I also want to oppose change of noise disturbance. I have kids. I have 2 boys, and they like to get together at home, which I appreciate them being at home, and they like to invite friends. Now, here's the cultural difference between Latin Americans and the US regularly. We eat dinner later. So these kids get together at 9, 9:30, 10. I tried to keep the noise down, but it's really hard when your cultural setting for dinner is at 9. So we get together for birthdays, for celebration, hey, soccer celebration, whatever. We get together later. So 10 p.m., I don't think you are considering the whole, not the whole, but a large group of residents in the Key. Not to mention the businesses that will be greatly affected, but also I've been living here for 12 years. There's a huge change in the demographics of kids' ages here. Before masks, I barely saw any teenagers around. Most families I known, they went out of the Key. I don't know if I guess you've both been long enough here to notice that change of demographics in the age of the kids in the Key. So now we have a lot of teenagers inside the Key. A lot of them either don't want to go out of the Key or cannot because they're not that old to drive. So they get together at homes. And again, I think we should appreciate that, them being at a supervised places. But if you're cutting off their music, they're loud because they're teenagers. So please, don't put parents and everyone else in that weird situation where police are knocking at the door because the kids are playing music. And it's not to disturb any neighbors. And honestly, my neighbor has a great set of speakers, and if she turns them off all the way, it'll really blow out my house. If I close all my windows, they are mandated hurricane windows, I barely hear it. So at 12, I think it's a good time. It's not as late as we wish, but it's a good time. So please consider the change of demographics in our kids. They're staying here. We're not moving out. Please.
Thank you for your comments. Yvette Fernandez Chaustre.
Hi, Yvette Fernandez Chaustre, 575 Crandon Boulevard. And I'm here today just to talk about field space. And a few concerned parents and I have attended the last Village Athletic Advisory Board meetings to share concerns about various issues, and this led us to do some research on the number of participants in each program. We were shocked when we learned that in 2021, 140 participants in the soccer program were non-residents. You heard correctly, 140 soccer players did not live in Key Biscayne. When you break that down, that's about 10 teams. Soccer had more non-resident participation than the total amount of participation in some of the other sports programs in Key Biscayne. In addition, we have heard from the head of the soccer program that Key Biscayne has a lot of talent and that Key Biscayne parents want their children in competitive soccer. So we don't understand why non-residents took 56 spots in the A teams, the highest level of competitive play. Soccer is a well-run program, and Key Biscayne has a lot of talent, participation, and interest in soccer. Therefore, non-residents should not be allowed to play. It should only be as an exception if a team needs a couple of players to form one competitive team in a certain age group. So after analyzing the numbers, not allowing non-residents to participate in the younger age groups is only hurting the growth of the smaller programs. The soccer program goes unchecked. They have continued to have non-residents playing in the younger age groups, probably because they are the only sport in Key Biscayne that has their own website and they do not need to register at the Key Biscayne Community Center where they check proof of residency. The amount of non-residents playing the soccer program is a slap in the face to the other sports programs on Key Biscayne who need field space at a decent time, and to all the Key Biscayne residents that want to use the fields for recreational purposes and leisure. Moving forward, the amount of non-residents allowed to participate in sports on Key Biscayne should be based solely on the size of the program, not the age of the participant. For example, if a program has less than 250 participants, you can allow the 70-30 rule, allowing 30% of players to be non-residents. This will allow a small program to grow and be successful. However, if a program has more than 350 participants, then non-residents should not be allowed to participate because they are large enough to be successful with just the Key Biscayne residents. We all know that field space and traffic is a huge problem that we currently face on Key Biscayne. Therefore, the amount of non-residents participating needs to be addressed. In addition, as you know, the village currently does not put any money towards the recreational sports, but perhaps it's time to revisit that to make it slightly more motivating for a more experienced person to run some of the sports programs like baseball and flag football. Basketball now has a more experienced person running the program, and it seems to be headed in the right direction. Thank you for listening and for all you do.
Thank you very much. Okay, and then I have Lauri Ibarra.
Laudi Ibarra, 482 Fernwood Road. Well, I also wanted to thank for all the events that we have had lately. Parks and Recs did an amazing job again with the Winterfest. Thank you. And also, this kind of links to what I wanted to talk about the noise in the key also. I find that the times that we currently have are great, and we don't need to change that. Whenever I listen to other people's music or having a great time, it's just showing happiness, joy, and life in the key, a vivid community. I also wanted to say thank you for having a great basketball program for the kids. They are enjoying it very much, and coaches are continually listening, observing, and making adjustments if needed. For the year 2023, our goal should be finding the best way to accommodate Key Biscayne children in the fields and sports. Since we see that the village green and the community center are not enough, we can work together to find ways to solve problems, making sure to give priority to Key Biscayne residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, is there anybody else online that you want to?
The virtual instructions, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. If you would like to speak during tonight's public comments, please listen to the following instructions. If you have joined through Zoom, please click the raise hand button and you will be unmuted when your turn to speak. If you are watching on television or streaming live from our website, please call 305-365-7569 and enter the following meeting ID, 231-627-8415, followed by pound, then press 9. When it is your turn to speak, you will be called upon by the last 4 digits of your telephone number. press star 9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, press star 6 to help. The club experts, club expats, can you raise his hand?
Yes, hi, my name is Rebecca Calvert, 111 Harbor Drive here in Key Biscayne. Sorry I'm not putting my camera because I had a small intervention yesterday and I don't feel comfortable if you see my face, I'm sorry. Is that okay?
Go ahead. No problem.
Yes, I've been in the island for 25 years. I was a member of the board of directors of the Chamber of Commerce for around 4 years. I very much appreciate all the work you're doing because and I'm also one of the founding members of Club Experts, a relocation company and social club that organizes events and activities for experts. I just wanted to join all the people that made the comments that we don't want to change the ordinance, the noise ordinance. We are organizing a lot of events during the year. Last one we did was November 11th. It was a charity event called Castilla 305. And it's a very nice event that all the community comes together. We've never had an issue about the noise ordinance. We've never had any problems. We also organize another events like La Feria de Sevilla, and we always finish at 11:55. We have never had an issue with noise. In our events, we have older people, children, teenagers, middle-aged people. I think it would be an error if we would change the ordinance. On a personal note, if you heard about my address, 111 Harbor Drive, I live right across St. Agnes. We've been dealing with the construction lately. It's been quite hard, if I have to tell you. Noise starts at 6:15 a.m. in the morning. It's not because the construction starts, but the construction workers arrive on site at 6:15. They park their cars, they drive backwards, they make noise, and they talk. So it's been really hard, but last week, it was even on Sunday. Construction started 7:15, 7:20 a.m. in the morning. It's the only day we had where we didn't hear the noises of the construction during the morning and the afternoon. So I really appreciate if we can stop construction for the weekends, at least on Sundays, which is, I think, is a day off for everybody. These are my views. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next item.
No, sir, no one else.
No one else?
No one else.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is the agenda. Approval, deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, withdrawals.
Okay, hearing none, let's go continue.
Do you want to consider not hearing substantively the first reading on the noise ordinance this evening?
Let's get there, and then we can have that conversation.
I have no additions then.
Okay.
Next item is the second reading of an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending ordinance number 2022-06, which adopted the budget for fiscal year 2022-2023 by revising the 2022-2023 fiscal year budget, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Have a second.
Good evening, council members, mayor. This is the second reading of the budget amendment that we introduced at last council meeting. It includes the remediate and construct Paradise Park project, replace splash pad, develop the Rickenbacker Causeway concept plan, construct EV charging stations, replace community center pool deck, and improve Hampton Park. These were all fiscal year 2022 projects that were not completed in fiscal year 22, and the funding required to complete them needs to be rolled over into fiscal year 23. There are two projects for which additional funding is needed, Paradise Park and the EV charging stations.
Through the chair.
Yes, indeed. Council member.
So one of my questions is from the original contract amount that we had on Paradise Park went up $127,000. And the comments that time had passed and cost has changed, I could not follow the logic in that. So I'm trying to understand, when did we approve the contract and why did it go up $127,257?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I'll give you a quick background on the project and where it was and where we landed. This contract was initially bid and brought before the council in October 15, 2019, for $1.2 million. And then fast forward, the project was on hold. The council didn't approve it. And we were asked to bring it back on April 27, 2021, about 18 months later. The bid that contractor submitted was only good for 6 months. The numbers that it submitted is not good to perpetuity. It's only valid for a certain time. And in April 27, 2021, we went back to the contractor and asked him to update his price. At the same time, we did some market research to see where they are at. And at that time, we came back, and also we couldn't start the project on time because there were still issues with the DERM in reference to contaminated soil removal. So we couldn't issue NTP. So from October 15, 2019 till last April 22, so over 2.5 years, the time has passed from the original bid. And the contractor went back and came back with $1,387,274. Again, we did some market research, our local contractors and other contractors out there, and we collectively as a staff decided that it was the best interest of the village not to rebid, but accept this price and get the project moving. So that is the increase. And then I actually went back to record and then watched the council meetings. And again, on October 19, October 15, 29, the council froze all the monies that had to do with utility undergrounding for this project and asked that it has to be paid on the utility undergrounding line item for the capital project. That's why it was removed. But at a point, next time it was approved, they added $75,000. So that's why it was under. Then they estimated about $200,000 undergrounding fee. So that's the change. And I'm going to go through some of the numbers, how we ended, where we are. 1.387 is the price. I'm sorry, the contractor price. And then $202,000 is the escalation price. Again, waiting about 2.5 years. The permitting cost was about $13,652. Remediation costed us about $181,000. Comcast, AT&T, and FPL costed about $150,000, and then the overall project cost, the total cost of the village, is $1.937 million, which is about $313,000 budget amount, and that's the number before you.
Councilmember Moss.
So, yeah, I just want to be clear because I get the utility undergrounding allowance. I get the remediation. I think the issue that I have is with the original contract amount. So in 2019, you guys came with a very high price. I don't remember. You said it was 1.2. I thought it was like 1.8 or something really high, almost $2 million.
It was 1.8,
yeah.
But there were some options that was removed, and it was
okay.
went to 1.2.
And I remember that I think it might have even been Councilmember London that said, you know what? Let's go back and see what we can maybe remove from that list to see if we can bring the price down.
Right.
Maybe there's some stuff that we don't need. We could relook at specifications. COVID came through, 2 years passed. Then I don't know what agreement you guys had with the contractor, but you guys decided, okay, now it's 2021. This is now the new price. We took these stuff out. We approved it. It went out, and it started. So the contract really has nothing to do with 2019. That was just us to value engineer it on our side, but we approved it in 2021. So the time that I don't know which, if 2021, April 27th was the date that we said as a council, yes, to the 1.312 million, we're okay with that.
Yeah.
somehow from our approval to what the contract actually got signed went up 127,000. That's what you're saying, right? Or
no.
we approve the contract for the 1.3, and during construction, there has been changes that added to that price, and what were those changes? That's what I'm trying to figure out where this happened.
Correct. So when the council approved the contract was signed, it was 1.312 million plus $75,000 allowance for undergrounding.
Yes.
That adds up to 1.387.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the approved price. And then after, so we went to the contractor to update his prices because that number again was outdated at the time, well above and beyond the 180 days. And the contractor came back with escalation of $202,000.
Okay, so this is before the contractor knew that we
Correct.
agreed. So we agreed on something that the contractor hasn't
Because
agreed
we
on
didn't go
yet.
back to the contractor with the council approval because it would be meaningless because we didn't know if the council was going to approve it. And then we went to the contractor, and then again we waited. The contractor's price expires, and
But doesn't that have to come back to council to get approved for the final budget? I'm confused by the policy of how this would work.
These were not, similar thought, these were not contingencies or allowances. These were hard dollar prices, right?
On a capital improvement. That's where I'm confused. Like, I think that we have to say, yes, you can do this capital improvement for this amount. If it changes, does that not, Chad, does that not have to come back to us and say, hey, guys, we got the rebid and it went up. It's this amount. We need a reapproval for that addition. And now what we're doing is we're just approving the amendment of this addition, but there was no policy saying that, yes, we're okay with that contract in that amount.
Mr. Attorney, please.
So this is an amount to increase the amount. And I think that, I mean, I don't know exactly why it wasn't brought back, but yes, typically the council has approved the contract price. It included the amount that you guys had allocated for the undergrounding. I think that, I think the staff can explain a little further.
I think I don't have the records available to me. I believe it was before the council, the last year's second budget amendment. The budget was amended last year and last fiscal year. And we actually had the budget and the contract authority to expend those monies.
So what are you saying, Jake? You said that we brought this forward, right? And I think what I recall
my
is
recollection was on the budget amendment process.
$147,000 for mediation is we brought in front of the council.
Right.
Okay, so it was approved, the additional was approved then?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we did have the budget authority as well as contract authority to execute it.
Mr. London, did you want to get in on this?
Just briefly, listen. Basically, they spent the money, we didn't approve the money, it wasn't rebid, it wasn't, today we keep talking about we're going to bid everything out. This is a perfect example of when the contractor did not deliver, did not want to deliver, we did not rebid it, we didn't come back to council. But it's done. So the only thing we really should look at, how can we avoid this happening in the future? I think that's what it really comes down to. Otherwise, you're beating a dead horse. They committed, we're obligated to pay these things. So that's one guy.
Thank you, Mr. London. Any other comments on this issue? Mr. Vasquez.
I think this is a standard construction issues. Every time you get into a site or you issue a contract, there is, there are contingencies that we don't account for, or certain dynamics with the contract or how the contract gets issued. I think it's a great opportunity for lessons learned. And as we embark in future projects, let's take this into consideration, get all our contingencies in a row, make sure that we, issue the contract when it needs to be issued. Let's not delay it. And let's just keep track of, let's manage the contractor well.
And again,
these are great opportunities to learn from it. So,
thank you. And to respond to Councilmember London's comments, the statement that you made is incorrect. It was bid, and we had the budget and contract authority. So just say that it wasn't bid, it's incorrect. And Councilmember Vasquez, yes, you are right, and it continues. But again, this is throughout. There are lawsuits left and right in the county because the prices with the projects that was held up to the COVID and the price increases. And again, we made the best decision that our best interest of the village.
Okay, thank you. Hold on a second. Any other comments from any of the council members?
I do have one, sorry, through the chair.
On this issue?
On this issue, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
How comfortable do we feel, and that maybe question is not answered now, but just food for thought. We need to understand how comfortable we feel with these contracts. And, contractors live by the contract. That's what they work for. They find these issues, they find these holes, they find these opportunities where they can make money. That's what they do for a living. So how can we improve from this and make sure that our contracts are tight from the get-go?
I understand, and again, it's very important to note that this contract wasn't really as bad as it sounds. It is due to our fault as a village collectively that the job was about 12 years late from the time to bid to get authorization to move the project. No contract will hold their price for 12 years. It's unheard of.
Okay. Mr. Manager, you've been wanting.
I think there's three lessons learned here. One is what Jake just said. If we're going to do a contract, we need to move out. And obviously, if we can't move out for whatever reason, we probably need to get an additional cost estimate and come back for approval from council. Number two, if you look at what happened in 22, the significant change was about remediation. And again, that was something that was much larger than we anticipated. So knowing that this was a former gas station, we probably should have put a higher contingency. Then the third part was, again, a surprise as to what the cost that we never anticipated that FPL would charge us on undergrounding. And that was just, that's an unforeseen. That was just something we couldn't have predicted. So I think those are really the three lessons that we learned here. When you get a contract, go. You don't get a contract, come back for approval. Unforeseens for contingencies, and then we just need to do our homework better in the future and come back if there's any changes.
Okay. Any further comments by council?
It's hard to plan where there's remediation. It's just hard. The nature of it is a murky variable.
Thank you, Councilmember. Madam Clerk, we need to
open for a public hearing. Thank you.
We need to open, this is on second reading, open up for public
hearing.
Public hearing, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
And virtual instructions?
Seeing no one else coming forward, do we close the public hearing?
Are you virtual instructions?
If you want to give the virtual instruction now.
Why don't you, Jocelyn, give them for this one and the next item, because we'll open that too, so we don't have to repeat it again.
Thank you.
Okay. Please call 305-365-7569. Enter Zoom ID number 231-627-8415. Then pound. There is no participant ID. Press pound again, and then *9 to enter the queue to speak. Or if using the Zoom app, please click the raise your hand button.
Okay, is that sufficient?
I'm having a computer issue. I can't see the screen at the moment.
There's no one else signed up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you call the roll, please? This is an ordinance.
Councilmember London.
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick. Yes. Councilmember Moss.
Yes.
Councilmember Sardinius.
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Yes.
The ordinance is approved on second reading.
Okay, we move to 8B, which is an ordinance on first reading. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
An ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending ordinance number 2022-06, which adopted the budget for fiscal year 2022-2023 by revising the 2022-2023 fiscal year budget amendment number 2,
Do I have a
providing
motion to
for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Second.
Moved and seconded. It's properly before you. Questions to staff?
Question.
Councilmember Moss.
The $250,000, just had the question of why that was not budgeted 2 months ago.
I'll let Steve speak to that.
So I can answer that, council member. So, look, one of the things we've done is we've recognized that we've experienced a lot of flooding over the last year, and we've also We also realize that what we're trying to do right now is going to take a little bit longer than I think our residents want to wait for. Granted, should we have thought about this back in June, July, August? Should have, but we didn't. So as we looked at what we wanted to do, which is really to address our flooding, AKA stormwater, we saw an opportunity on our stormwater fund is the right place to pull this from. So small amount of money, $250,000 to get this going. We have appropriations request in for this. We have a grant request in for this. And there's also a couple other places in the budget that we can use money to associate this. But what we're asking for is to use this as seed money to get this project going.
Thank you for the clarification.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair. What specifically are we going to use the 250? We're going to repair catch basins? We're going to clean them out? What?
Yes, actually have some one-pagers. Should I grab those? Yeah, one second.
Don't want to get I know there's a issue to discuss this a little further.
So, yeah, so if you recall, and I'm not sure if everyone was able to make it, but this was our community meeting we held on December 1st.
Yeah, I didn't make it.
She's got a summary page that gives you an idea of what we're trying to do, looking at 5 different areas across the village, address catch basins, address the conveyance of water across our roads, if that means repitching roads, if that includes, cleaning up swales, all those things just to get water moving and to reduce the standing of water on our roads.
My only concern is that it seems like, having done this, it seems like a little awful small number. I'm not saying we need to, I would hate to create a perception that we're going to be able to fix it with $250,000. I know it's a great opportunity to do work on flooding. I think the problem is bigger. If we can provide, at least if we can do areas that provide a significant or some sort of solution that people notice it, that would be great. I'd rather focus on, I don't know. We have 5, how many areas? 5 areas. Can we achieve any results with that and with this amount of money?
So if you look at the area 1 right there, the one to the northwest.
Yep.
So that that we just received from the state will probably cover most of that, the Green Infrastructure Grant, as well as FDEP reached out to us yesterday to offer additional money for a water quality study that'll help us as well. But as I mentioned previously, that $250,000 is just seed money. We got appropriations requests in, we got other grant requests in.
So what would be the total, Steve, overall?
We have it on the other side, the back side of the sheet. Do you remember was it
The total funding we have
1.8,
available?
I think?
I know it's over $1 million. I think what we have broken these out into zones primarily based on a PCI report that we've done for our road conditions, as well as the areas that receive the most flooding from our observations from our staff and our code compliance people that are out there after rain events. They know where things flood. And the catch basins, I think Jay can speak to the cost per catch basin, but $250,000 will actually go quite a long way in addressing the catch basin issue, which is mostly just a landscape debris problem that clogs our systems.
Yeah. What I've noticed is that some of those pipes are very small, like Heather Drive, I think, has a 15-inch pipe, and I'm not sure whether, I'm saying it's a great opportunity, and we should start, and it's a great opportunity to start. I just want to make sure that our money goes a long way, the best that we can do. So and we don't need to get into specifics or details of it, but just let's make sure that it yields good returns.
Thank you. Any further comments on this item?
Just to remind me, a later element of this project is to increase or to replace the pipe, right?
Of this particular project?
Well, at Heather.
At West Heather, I don't think we've talked about the specifics of what is going to happen at West Heather yet. It'll eventually be a zone in our resilient program that'll receive a full upgrade. At the moment, I think we're still nailing down the scope of work for each of these areas, but the seed funding will go towards addressing what we can.
Any further comments?
No.
Mr. London?
No.
Thank
you, Mr. Chair. I understand ACOM is giving our K basin plan for our storm sewer, which would also, I would assume, include road grading to direct the water to the storm sewer, to the inlets, etc. So my question really is, if we're doing that and we're using this money to regrade roads, should we be able to use it to regrade the roads that they're going to design, so we don't have to do it twice, but rather regrade the roads in the K8 basin, if that's possible, without with their plan. But again, I don't know when their plan is going to be done, the 30% plan. Anybody have any idea, or is that something we can consider?
Mr. Manager, would you address the issue?
I think I heard, I couldn't quite hear exactly what he said, but I think what I've heard is, why don't we use this money to address the roadways in the K8 basin? Is that correct, Councilmember?
Yes, that's what I said, Steve.
Okay.
Basically.
All right, good.
Rather than other areas which might not fit in with the plan once it's done.
So if you look at the map, and I know you don't have it right there, but you will notice that all 5 of these areas are either south, north, or east of the K8 area. They are not inside the K8 area. And we're doing that on purpose to address flooding in those specific areas as we go through the design and the subsequent construction in that, what we call Zone 1 or the K8 basin.
Mr. London, did I answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you. Seeing no other conversation, call the roll.
Councilmember McCormick.
Yes.
Councilmember Moss.
Yes.
Councilmember Sardinius.
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Yes.
Councilmember London.
Yes.
The ordinance is approved on first reading.
Next ordinance 8C.
Next, an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Article 1, Chapter 26, Traffic and Vehicles of the Village Code of Ordinances relating to electric bicycle use within the village, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Thank you.
Been moved and second is properly before you. Mr. Police Chief Sosa, come forward, please.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. We're making recommendations on regulating the usage of electronic bicycles throughout the village. It's no secret that this has been a hot topic since my arrival, and it's progressively increasing to a point that the concern has come. And we're looking at creating this ordinance to propose legislative language to present a more comprehensive definition of electric bicycles between class 1, 2, and 3, and define where it's permissible and authorized to operate these bicycles. In addition, we've proposed language to prohibit the use of class 2 electrical bicycles on village roadways and sidewalks, while banning the operation of all e-bicycles within village parks. We're working with our legislative counterparts and our village attorney on this, and we would like the ability to be able to impose civil fines, which gives us a broader enforcement capability than just issuing state statutes to our younger residents throughout the village.
Mr. Police Chief, can you tell us, so what we're trying to do with this ordinance is to change our statute, but we still need to change the Florida statute before we can make this effective. Is that correct?
No, we are regulating what, to the extent that we can regulate currently under Florida law. There are additional legislative changes that the administration and the chief and myself have talked about, but we are comfortable with what we're bringing forward right now, that we can do this by ordinance, and this will now be a local civil citation process for violations of anything listed in the ordinance here.
Okay, so we're looking class 1, 2, and 3 as defined, and can you in layman's terms talk a little bit more about those, and then I'll ask the council to jump in.
Yeah, so basically a class 1's the traditional electric bicycle that we're used to seeing that's pedaled, right? You have the ability to pedal it. The class 2 and 3 are ones that are self-propelled, and they don't require you to pedal. What we're seeing with the class 2 and 3, especially in Village Green, is that a number of our younger residents within the village, these have the capability of exceeding 25 miles an hour plus. So I really think the position has come forward that we should consider banning these because they're a huge safety issue. And we've seen them throughout the village We've gotten pretty good compliance with our electric scooters. We're not where we need to be, but we've seen it, and that's the reason for the ordinance today.
Okay, from the council, I'll start on this side here. Councilmember Kaplan.
Thank you, Chief, and Chad as well. Three things occur to me. I gather these definitions are recognized. These are consistent with the state definitions?
Yeah, these are verbatim from the state law definitions.
Just remember to go through the chair, please.
I'm sorry.
Are these visually distinguishable enough to be able to recognize the difference between a 1, 2, and 3 on site?
For the most part, yes. It would still require a little bit of investigation. Part of the problem you have with these fat tire bicycles is they do have the ability to be pedaled, and some of them have toggle switches on them that they can go from 1 to 2 to 3 in an instant. And that's the majority of the encounters that I've had on Village Green and in my encounters with some of our children throughout the village.
I'm thinking about ease of enforcement with devices that may be indistinguishable, especially at speed. But that's intrinsic, I suppose. The other thing I wanted to just ask you about is we prescribe use on streets. We've talked about the kind of incipient threat on sidewalks as well. Ought we speak to sidewalks in this ordinance?
Through the chair, if I can answer that.
Yes, go ahead, please.
That's actually going to be one of our proposed legislative changes that we were just talking about before. So there's a separate Florida statute which currently prohibits these types of bicycles as well as scooters on sidewalks. The concern that we have talked about is if we cite them, we'll be citing those individuals with a traffic citation ticket as opposed to a local ordinance. So we're trying to clarify that point at the state law level.
Okay.
Thank you. Is that it? Councilmember McCormick.
So this is something that I've talked a lot about. We've talked a lot about it. So I want to start by thanking you for working really hard. I know this is really difficult, and I know that some of the technologies have gotten a little further ahead of the state laws. So I commend you for your efforts. I have some concerns about it. One, I know we've heard so much from seniors about these things on sidewalks. And they're so quiet and they sneak up behind you. So the idea of saying you can only be on the sidewalk or trying to put, is that kind of, are we pushing them onto the sidewalk by saying they can't be on the street? Or are we saying you can't have them in the village?
No, so the class 2 and up, we would ban. We would say you can't have them
within
in the village. Correct.
Okay, and then my other concern is I am really, really worried about the dangers of kids and the things that I've seen with kids. And I even saw a mom with 2 kids on, and the kid in the front who was steering was also drinking a drink through a straw at the same time. That one, I was a little worried about them. But we do have adults that use these responsibly, appropriately. So I've asked Chad if in our lobbying at the state level, if we could try to push for some age restrictions, because banning class 2, and frankly even 3, of adults who use them for commuting or different things. I mean, I've seen adults who do that. We had a teacher at Mast Academy that commuted that way. So that, just to share that with the rest of us, that's a concern I have at this point. Banning for adults too is a tough one.
Yeah. Hold on. Did you want to address that or no?
I just wanted to address it just because, obviously through the sunshine, we can't have this discussion. But other members up on the dais here have asked similar questions to me. So I'm actually looking into whether we can do that if it's the will of the council to bring that back. One thing we can't do is require licenses. I know that the state law prohibits that. But if it is the will of the council between first and second reading, it is something that we can further look at.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add, I think the bigger concern here too is we're approaching the holiday season, and last year, after Christmas, we saw an explosion of these micromobility devices throughout the island, which really created additional enforcement issues and have brought us here a year later, still working on creative ways that we can give an enforcement approach to the officers while still being able to curtail the heavy fine and the possible ramifications of not getting their driver's license at their appropriate age, because they just don't understand what happens when you get a uniform traffic citation.
Okay, thank you.
I just had one other thing.
Okay.
I know that you feel that we've done better with the scooters, but I would love, when we're talking and lobbying at the state level, trying to get some legislation that could help us to really get a handle on it, I would really like to also try to include the scooters, because I definitely see very small children on devices made for adults that are just out of control.
We are looking at scooters also in the legislative approach.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sardinias.
So just in my gut, banning seems like a last resort. So I'd like you to talk me through what have we looked at as far as other options. I understand licensing is not, but what about a registration process that would require people to go through some kind of training? I know you mentioned you've had training, the kids have been great, the parents not so much. That might possibly cause the parents to have to register these bicycles. In a lot of the condos, HOAs, you have to register your bicycle in order to even keep it on property. I just want to understand that we've done everything in our power not to get to a place where we might have some unintended consequences like the one that Councilmember McCormick mentioned as far as adults. Banning is, it's just strong language for me. It doesn't feel right in my gut.
Who's going to take us?
Through the chair, I'll take it.
I'll get to you, Ed.
This directive was given to us, Councilmember, from the previous council, and their direction was exactly what you see here. In other words, to prohibit the Class 2 and Class 3 bicycles. If it's the will of the council, we can look at further regulating it. We do have the authority under Florida law to regulate these bicycles. There are limitations, but we can, we do have some options. The registrations process is something I need to look at. And if it's something that the council would like, we can go back and take a look.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Sardini, just one thing to add with the registration process. It's a great idea in theory, but it's going to come back to the same point where we've gotten with the classes, right? If there's no participation, the program doesn't succeed.
Would you suggest that registering golf carts has worked?
Registering golf carts has definitely worked since the ordinance change.
Okay.
I need the parents to be more involved.
I got it. Absolutely. And maybe in that registration process, the parents have to be involved as being the purchaser of that vehicle. Just a thought. I'm not hearing that we've maybe done enough to necessarily regulate it. And again, just the word ban, it doesn't sit well with me. I don't want to take away freedoms from people. I don't want to have unintended consequences. I want to make sure that we have our freedoms to have these. And at the end of the day, we want these kids out of cars. And that's what's happening, just for the same reason we wanted golf carts a long time ago. People didn't like that idea either, but it's worked out. So I just want to be really careful and cautious.
I understand.
Yeah.
Is that it? Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Yes. Anything else over here?
Yep.
Councilmember Moss.
Yeah, so we've been talking about this for quite some time, when it came from scooters to now these bicycles, and I share a very similar view as Councilmember Sardinias, is that banning is the last resort for me as well, and I'm very careful with that. And it's in the past 6 years we've had instances where this has come to us from kite surfing, which we, instead of banning, we try to figure out a solution for it. Unfortunately, we banned fishing, but I was not a vote for banning it because I thought it was not the last resort. I thought there's great ideas of things that we could do to allow fishing on Mashta Bridge, but unfortunately that got banned by the council. But we're in an issue that is very tricky right now because this is a safety issue, and I think most of us do see it. I drive home and I see these very young kids driving well over 25 miles an hour, taking turns around the circles on the wrong direction while you're driving, and you have to slam on the brakes while they cut through. No lights on them. It's a dangerous, very dangerous issue that we're dealing with. And, you know, it's not about, if there's an accident. It's more at, you know, when is there going to be an accident, and it's not going to be good. And people will look back on the council and say, what was going on? You know, what are you guys thinking here, right? The real issue is children, and children who don't know the laws on the road, and they're driving vehicles that can go 28 miles an hour, which is more than 11 miles an hour faster than my golf cart drives, which they're not allowed to drive. And is become a real issue. We try to do a educational campaign out there. I know that you guys have been doing that with the Scoot Safe. And we tried to include the bicycles, the motorbikes as well. But, you know, it doesn't seem to be working. I think we even said that even the children out there need to talk to the other kids and say, you're going to ruin it for everybody if you don't follow the law. You don't wear a helmet. You don't put the lights on there. You're driving the wrong way. It becomes a problem. And we've let this go for a couple of years now. And I'm glad it's coming up right now because, you know, these holidays are coming in and gifts are being bought, and these things are probably not inexpensive at all. So I'd also brought up the idea that, you know, whether we can require license to drive these, because I share what Councilmember McCormick said, that, you know, there are adults that use these, and we have to look at that. You know, if you're an adult and you can drive a car, why can you not drive a motorized bicycle? But on the other hand, when you ban something, you also think, are there any alternatives? My kids wanted one of these. I said, absolutely not. There's bicycles. You pedal, you get a workout, you get to the same place. There is an alternative to using one of these bikes to a bicycle. It really is not like, oh, you ban that, now I have to walk. No, there are alternatives that you can have there. So unfortunately, you know, I agree. I mean, I think this is too dangerous to continue to allow young kids driving at this speed on the roads, and we have to do something about it, unfortunately. And maybe there's a way to better regulate it later on with the state to bring it back for license or other ways for people who know the laws that can use them.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor, through the chair. I do want to echo both what Oscar and Brett said as it relates to the issue of banning. I think that definitely I'd love to see that as a last solution. I hate to take away freedom for folks and, you know, the opportunity to enjoy, and also mobility. Mobility is important. I do have a question. There's also, you know, we talk about safety, but to me, it appears to be a perception of safety. Is there any hard data that supports this? Obviously, nobody wants to see kids going at 25 miles per hour in the street. It's scary. But where is the data that supports that these are dangerous as we are depicting them right now? Do we have any accident data? Do we have anything that supports what our decision is going to be, something more tangible? And the next thing I wonder if there is I don't know if we spoke about age. We spoke about licensing, but I'm wondering if we can speak of age. You have to be 18 years old and older to, you know, use one of these bicycles. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for that.
So I'll take the first question. I'll let Chad take the second question. In terms of accidents, we've had two accidents on these fat tire bicycles. One that we were very lucky. The kid was pinned under a truck, actually drug several feet before the truck realized. The fact the kid wasn't hurt was lucky because he held on to the fender. And we've had several close calls. You know, Key Colony's an intersection where we've had several close calls where cars are trying to make a right turn and the kids are coming and they just don't have enough time to react.
Right.
And Village Green, you know, I went to the athletic board a couple months ago because the turf, you know, if you go there any day of the week, any time of day, these bikes are on the turf and they do donuts and they, you know, in the elderly, I've heard it from the elderly, I've heard it from middle age, you know, that they don't hear them, they don't see them. I was on the phone today with Councilmember Moss answering a question, and I stopped 2 of them while I was on the phone with him. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And we've had close calls.
Let's take it beyond Key Biscayne, more into the overall state. What data do we have that supports that these are, because there's vehicle accidents as well, there's bicycle accidents as well, there's motorcycle accidents, there's rollerblade accidents. I don't want to create, I'm not trying to, diminish the point, but at the end of the day, it's a mobility issue. There's other vehicles, there are accidents with those vehicles as well, but we're not prohibiting all of that. So I would love to see some data that supports this prior to me feeling comfortable with banning something. Obviously, I don't want anybody to get hurt. But I think that we want to do a little bit more of homework as it relates to the hard data that supports any banning. Okay. And I'm talking more about the banning part. I mean, there's regulation and we can control it. But that would be my point. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Sardinez, another shot at it?
Yeah,
and then I'll go to Mr. London.
Just one question, because and Chad, this might be for you. Is there something we could take out of this and still use it? For example, I'm more open to the idea of banning them on the parks, on the park greens, et cetera, et cetera. It's just the rest that I have an issue with. I don't know if
Sure.
that would be amenable to the.
Yes.
This is first reading, so there's going to be a second reading. What I would suggest is, we've heard your concerns. If the council wants to move forward, you can always strip these out at second reading. I think we'll come back with some of the comments, and follow up. But, if it's the will of the council, you can move it tonight, or you could move it on second reading. So.
I prefer to move it, whatever we're going to do it next time.
Like to second it?
Okay. Okay, I think we've covered everybody, right?
Except for Ed.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ed.
To the chair. Frank, Chad, I think you've done a good job under difficult circumstances. I don't really think there is any kind of hardship when somebody who has a Class 1 bicycle, which goes up to 20 miles an hour, assuming you can pedal that fast with the motor, versus a Class 3, which you pedal up to 28 miles an hour. So the big restriction between a Class 3 and a Class 1 is 8 miles an hour. Therefore, I don't see that as a big hardship. When it comes to the Class 2, where you don't have to pedal at all, then obviously that's a different animal completely. So now we're going to introduce this thing. I think it's a good ordinance. Unfortunately, we never told anybody in the village before, don't buy fat tire electric bikes. Don't buy Class 3 electric bikes. So all of a sudden, these people have spent all this money, put all this equipment, and now we're going to say, hey, you can't use it anymore. And that's the only problem I have, would be a phase out of this and the potential of having a governor as a retrofitting these bikes so they comply with the Class 1. Because basically it's the amount of juice that flows into the motor which determines the speed. So I would like to see a phase out, and again, it could happen in the second reading of this thing with these the Class 2 and Class 3 bikes. I don't think having Class 1 is really going to hurt anybody having a bike. So when you say banning, we're really not banning. We're really saying, hey, you know what? You want an electric bike? That's great. Use a Class 1 electric bike. You can go up to 20 miles an hour. Our speed limit everywhere in Key Biscayne, except for Crandon Boulevard, Harbor Drive, is 20 miles an hour. So I don't understand why there's anybody problem who wants to go 28 or faster. And that's where I'm coming from. And I think we should look at how we phase this thing out to cause the minimum pain to people who have bought these things, who might decide not to put a governor in to restrict the amount of current flow. To go above 20 miles an hour.
Councilmember London, thank you. Okay, so I would encourage my colleagues, I too think it's a safety issue, that over the next couple of weeks before the item comes back, sit down with the manager, sit down with the attorney, and present us with some options that could help the situation. And the same thing goes to our residents out there. If you have concerns about this, come back and talk to your council so that we can make the best legislation possible. With that, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on this? And obviously, this is not final, as it has to come back for a second reading.
Did we open public hearing?
No, only on second reading.
Councilmember Moss.
Yes.
Councilmember Sardinius.
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe.
Yes.
Mayor Kaplan.
Yes.
Councilmember London.
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick.
Yes.
The ordinance is approved on first reading.
Okay.
The next item is a first reading of an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, concerning the village's stormwater project relating to the Clean Water State Revolving Fund Loan Program, making findings, authorizing the loan application, authorizing the loan agreement, establishing pledged revenues, designating authorized representatives, providing assurances, providing for conflicts, severability, and effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Been moved and second. The item's properly before you. Ms. Blank, do you have some introductory comments?
Sure, yes. This is a planning loan specifically through the FDEP Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund. The Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund funds millions of dollars worth of construction projects as well as planning and design. This is our planning loan that we've applied for. The rate is very low. As of right now, it's 2.15%. That gets recalculated every quarter. And we would essentially qualify for a 10-year repayment period. And this loan, we would use for our Resilient Infrastructure and Sustainable Integration Implementation Program. Once FDEP gets involved with us while using this loan, we're sort of set up in a pipeline to continue using SRF funds to then fund the construction of the projects that come out of that planning process. So this is sort of one of the first building blocks that we can use from a financing standpoint to then pay for the very expensive infrastructure that we're about to embark on.
Any questions to staff?
So first off, just a comment, great work on going out and finding it. There is a comment here. Can you walk us through why is this so important long-term? Because there is a mention here in your report about how this opens up the opportunity for further loans of this type at these low interests.
Yes, so the project manager at FDEP that's going to be working with us throughout the loan process, they will help us, work through the planning process and also make sure that whatever we're developing in that plan is fundable through the loan. And we submit invoices and we won't have to pay it back until I think we're done with all pre-construction costs. So that includes planning and design. Once we complete the plan, they'll walk through the plan that we've created and say, these are the particular types of projects that we would be interested in funding. These are the scopes of work that fall within the stormwater type category that we would apply for construction for. And from then, we're sort of shepherded through the process of creating the documentation needed to then apply for a construction loan. And we would do that, years down the line once we have all the materials ready.
So it sounds like this is a rite of passage for further opportunity here, yeah?
With this particular loan funding type, yes.
Okay, great.
Councilmember Moss?
So I just wanted to clarify, this is basically a line of credit, correct? It's a revolving fund that you guys can pool a certain amount at times and pay it back. And currently our cash, I believe, is making about 4% in the bank, so we have some arbitrage there. So it makes sense to go this direction on top of the most important, which is what Oscar Sardinius, or Councilmember Sardinius brought up, is that it gets us into funding when we go after the big project. So, okay. Excellent.
Thank you. Mr. London?
Yes, Colleen, you mentioned planning. What kind of planning are we going to do? Who's going to do that planning? House, we're hiring outside people.
So this is, Councilmember London, this is the Resilient Infrastructure Program that our Chief Resilience Officer, Village Manager, myself, and other staff have been currently developing. So the program and plan are already underway. We have our team here with Black and Veatch that we have brought on to help us with that. I think that was approved in the last council. So it's not a new plan. It's not something you haven't heard of before.
And how much is Black and Veatch's contract? What have we approved so far?
Thus far, we've been working with Black and Veatch on the development of the strategy, which is a framework for this entire program. And we've put forward approximately, what?
50,000?
Yeah, approximately 50 towards that effort.
How much? I can't hear you.
50,000.
So just but to follow on what.
Willing to spend 50,000 on planning?
No, council member. So if you recall that we retained Black and Veatch to be our program and construction management firm, I believe it was last June or July. They're assisting us right now with the program strategy, but what they're specifically talking about right here is the integration and implementation plan. This is when we begin to put together the true capital plan that identifies all the projects that need to come together, whether they be utility undergrounding, whether it be stormwater, whether it be roadway, all those projects that come together in a single project all throughout the village. They will be assisting with this on this. This will be coming back to the council, whether it be January or February, for you all's approval for that execution at that time.
If we approve this tonight, is the money definitely going to be designated for Black and Veatch, or is it not going to be designated for Black and Veatch?
The intent that it will be, it doesn't necessarily all have to go to them.
Because basically, obviously, I was against the Black and Veatch thing before, because it seems amazing to me with the work you have to do with the staff you have, that you have to hire an outside consultant to do it. This is not rocket science. No matter the beautiful presentation you make, it's great. Get it all done, but in my opinion, you guys should be able to do it on your own. To go ahead and spend a fortune on Black and Veatch and other people is a waste of taxpayers' money.
Thank you, Councilmember London.
Mayor.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Thank you to the chair, Mayor. I think this has some rocket science to it because you definitely have to put in a lot of pieces that are moving, right? You have your scheduling, you have to coordinate all your projects, you have to outline your funding, you have to look at all your respective project controls, how you're going to lay this out. That's what I'm reading here that you're going to be doing. So if we're going in that direction, I would hate to embark on a program, because this is really not a project, this is a program. What we're dealing with here, a programmatic component that puts in all the infrastructure elements, lays them up on its schedule, and you move forward as you move along. I think I love the fact that we got the money to do it. I'm just wondering, is it going to be enough? And also, will you be able to make projections for future funding ahead of time so we don't get caught and it ends right there and then we just.
So this
you
is
follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I completely follow what
Thank
you're
you.
saying, and I appreciate, it might not be rocket science, but it might be underground science, because this is a very complex project that we're about to take on. Is it enough money? Yes, it's enough money to get us going on the initial plan. And I think what you heard Colleen say is the importance, there's a number of importance here. Number one is the money itself, right? Secondly is to get into FDEP's program. Once we're in that program, what they have committed to us is when we do a plan through them, they will actually identify which of the projects in that plan will be authorized to use the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. It either has to be based obviously on water quality or stormwater. Those are the only things we can use the money. So they will highlight those portions of the projects that we can turn around and apply for a construction project. What's important about this, and if you recall, the general obligation bond only covered shoreline, roadways, and undergrounding. It does not cover stormwater. Right? So we have a stormwater fund that does that. So this gives us an opportunity to borrow money at a very low interest rate and to use our stormwater fund to pay it back. So we're looking at another financing opportunity to expand on the way in which we're going to address a resilient infrastructure plan.
Okay, we have this item on first reading. Get another crack at it when it comes back. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, I call the roll, please.
Councilmember Sardinius.
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Yes.
Councilmember London.
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick.
Yes.
Councilmember Moss.
Yes.
The ordinance is approved on first reading. The next item is the first reading of an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Chapter 17 Noise, Section 17-2, Prohibited Noise Disturbances of the Village Code of Ordinances, revising noise regulations within the village, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Been moved and second. Let's start the discussion. Councilmember Sardinius.
I guess.
Well, let me do this. I'm sorry.
Sure.
Mr. London, you proposed it. Do you want to have some introductory remarks?
Yeah, basically, this change in the ordinance is a result of constant complaints. Somehow people call me to complain about noise on a regular basis for the last 8 years, nonstop. I've also evidenced myself. You have one neighbor who was really noisy, and obviously when the lots are 75 foot apart, and you're entertaining outside, it disturbs everybody. I also understand what Max said about the restaurant, because during the pandemic, he created a lovely outdoor atmosphere, but obviously inside would not be a noise problem. Outside, it could possibly be a noise problem for him, which would affect his business. And I also understand what the person said before, that, hey, we're Latin Americans now. We don't start early, so why should we have to close our doors and not making music outside since we start late, we eat dinner late, and everything else? Well, you know what? There's a lot of people here who aren't Latin Americans who don't eat late and who are annoyed, upset about the noise. So it's really a question of, what are you going to do? I mean, you want to make noise and bother your neighbor, or do you want to be a good neighbor? So what's more important, your entertainment or your neighbor's peace? That's where it comes down to.
Okay. This is the ordinance before. Mr. Sardinius, you're up.
So a couple things. Number one, I'll agree with Councilmember London. This is a neighborly thing. I think that this begets to getting us to get outside and talk to our neighbors and be a little bit more neighborly and discuss what is okay and what's not okay. At first sight, I think some of these changes are a little bit aggressive from my standpoint. So I'd like to understand what kind of community outreach have we had, both with the commercial folks or people that own businesses, and also the residents, to see how we came about with these numbers. Only because I see big changes. A change from midnight to 10 p.m. is a 2-hour change. I think that's significant. And while Councilmember London and I do agree there's all different kinds of cultures, I think that if we get out there and stop over-regulating and having unintended consequences, we might have some of our neighbors getting out of the house and talking to their neighbors and figuring out how we can figure this out. But that being said, I'd like to understand what's been done.
Let's do that. Chief Souza, can you come forward and give us some data on this issue? And then the Chamber of Commerce is here. I'd like to hear from them also. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So from a police department perspective, I just wanted to paint a picture of what we encounter, because we're the ones that respond to the calls for service. So from the time period of December 1st, 2021 to today, 2022, we responded to 417 calls for service of noise in that nature. Of those calls, 71, we found no violations. They were unfounded. There was no violation noticed. 213 ended up in being a verbal warning, where we advised whoever we contacted of the village noise ordinance. 110 were written warnings, and 23 were civil citations where they actually got fined. Just to give you a comparison, from this time frame last year, we've actually decreased 34% in our call volume, but we've increased 79% in enforcement. And I think a lot of that has to do with COVID and reopening up. Construction calls are on the bottom. We've had 60 calls. We do respond to calls on the weekends when crews are working, and we respond out. We've written 14 written warnings and 2 civil citations. This is an issue that occurs, but to Councilmember Sardina's credit, I think his comment's right on the line. You know, I think a lot of these issues can be worked out between neighbors. A lot of our noise ordinances that we go to, a large majority of them are neighbors talking on their balcony, or the noise carries on the condo side. On the residential side, you know, it's just a matter of going to your neighbor's house and in speaking to them and trying to work it out. I've had neighbors come into the police station since I've been here, asking us to sit with their neighbor, and we've had meetings and worked it out with them at that point. Businesses, very few businesses have we responded to in my time here. It's mostly residential.
Questions to the chief? Any?
Mayor, through the chair, just looking at the data here, and again, just kind of looking at what we've collected, I see that, you know, out of 417 calls, really only 5% of that was, and you issued a citation. So the rest of the stuff, I guess, well, you've had written warnings, but verbal warnings, 53%. That to me seems like, you know, seems a little imbalanced as it relates to you know, what really constitutes a real egregious, you know, noise impact, and that you really had no other choice but to cite these folks. The other ones appear to just be, you know, for the majority of them, appear to just be verbal warnings, which that's questionable, I guess. You probably had to talk with them and worked it out. I'm not, this is not more a question to you, just kind of highlighted what I see on the numbers. I do have an issue with, you know, with times. Obviously, I support the fact. I just don't think that we want to cut hours all the way down to you know, that much. And also, I'm concerned about the businesses. I'm concerned about. I think that starting early, a little later in the morning for construction could be fine, but let's just not cut construction hours because that's an additional cost to our residents. Let's also be conscious of, you know, we spoke about sidewalk cafes. We spoke about enhancing that and improving that. Now we're going against it with noise ordinances.
Thank you, Councilmember McCormick.
So, Chief, can you explain a little bit about the difference between a verbal and a written warning? What would cause you to do one versus the other? Is it because you get called back, or?
Yeah, so we have a database. So for the edification of the council, a first-time offender, you know, we got a call, let's just say 88 West McIntyre, noise complaint, loud noise, and we pull up and we hear it clearly excessive within 100 feet. At that point, the officer has two options. They can either give a verbal warning or a written warning, and it's documented in our records management system. So in the event that we do get called out a month from now, we have it documented that, hey, we wrote a written warning, you received it on this date from this officer, and at that point it escalates, you know, and it goes to a civil citation. And there's different levels of civil citations. The first fine's $150, the second fine's $500, and those go before the special magistrate.
And do you find that you get a lot of compliance when you go out? And how many times do you get a multiple call on the same night for the same address?
Percentage-wise, I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head. We do get them, but it's not common. Most of the time when we do go and respond to a residential home and we tell them or we issue a written warning, that's the end of it. Very few times do we issue a written warning and then have to go back the same night and do a civil citation. There have been occasions, but far in the minority compared to the majority.
And do you ever use the sound?
No, we don't use the decibel meter. We use the 100 feet. If it's clearly audible within 100 feet and we have a reportee, that's how we utilize it to issue the civil citation.
Okay.
Councilmember
Kaplan.
It's a bad day here.
Vice Mayor.
Same first name. I know it's terribly confusing.
Yeah, I want to say Frank, but Captain, yes.
My impression is mostly anecdotal, but I hear, as Ed said, I hear a lot of complaints. And I think that we have a definite problem. I would observe that over the course of our history, it seems to me that we've been very good on the west side about self-policing with self-discipline, basically being respectful, being good neighbors. Lately, in some cases, the experience is more toggling between heedlessness of the onslaught to neighbor sensibility and maybe some cases disdain for the consequences, actually. There are cases where people are unrepentant. I've experienced that. So that's a problem. Fernando used the word egregious. I think the statistics don't really point to an egregious problem in the sense of numerosity and recurring experiences. But the problem is the egregious cases, and they're quite bad. Having said all that, I don't think this ordinance really works to address the problem, and I think it's too expansive in tweaking times that really isn't the root of the problem. I don't think the time restrictions are why we're having this experience. We're having this experience mainly because of amplified music outdoors and lots of noise, like houses conducting themselves as entertainment centers.
And to be clear, the time is just a guideline for us. Because if we get called at 10:30 on a weekend and it's clearly excessive, you will get a written warning or a citation at that time, even though you're allowed to go till midnight. If it's a nuisance, it's a nuisance.
Yeah.
And I think that may be getting lost in translation.
I think we need to do something, if it's better enforcement or more rigorous enforcement, more propensity to impose behavior changing consequences earlier. Something needs to be done because of the egregious nature of the several recurring problems.
I will tell you, I think everyone on this dais would be shocked if they watched some of the body camera footage of residents that have received citations. The vast majority refuse to sign them, give our officers a hard time, and are very explicit and demeaning with their language towards the officers. I think it would surprise everyone in this community to see it.
I heard the anecdote, put it on my tab.
That's one. I've had it used as toilet paper, citation ripped up in front of a supervisor, refusing to give their name, refusing to sign. I mean, this is what our officers are dealing with. And that is the minority, but it's a problem when, to your point, Councilmember Kaplan, of what we're dealing with on a Friday night and Saturday night.
And just another thing that I've experienced, just to flush this out, it's not just parties. I have had the experience of someone using a Peloton machine, on a balcony, with the music is quite loud, and the extortions from the curated, instruction is highly motivating. So you get the flavor. So I think something needs to change.
All right, let me do something, if I may. Ms. Giocchetti, Tatiana, please, from the Chamber of Commerce.
Good evening.
To hear from your organization.
Yes, Tatiana Giocchetti, Key Biscayne Chamber of Commerce, 88 West McIntyre Street. I'm really pleased to hear that the businesses are not really the root of this ordinance or the genesis of the ordinance. I did do a little research upon request from the mayor regarding, I reached out to a number of businesses and sent out a question, the ordinance itself, to see some feedback from our chamber members. So for instance, Winn-Dixie, their deliveries begin actually at 5 a.m., but they're usually smaller trucks. The bigger trucks come around the middle of the day. He's never received any complaints about noise, and the proposed new hours wouldn't affect his particular business. The Galleria, a little bit different. What they do pressure washing earlier in the morning before the business is open. So if maybe there's a bit of noise there, I don't think it affects any residents or anything like that. So if at all possible, the Galleria has requested to keep the hours as is. That would be helpful. They have blowers and pressure cleaners and that kind of thing that do make of some quote-unquote plainly audible sound, and they've never had any complaints themselves. The square, they do have trash pickup early. They said if they had to change the trash pickup, if anyone were to complain about that, it would probably incur an additional cost. The trash pickup has its hours and its schedule, so it would be difficult to change that. And the Golden Hog, for instance, their waste management comes at 7 a.m. as opposed to the 8 a.m., which is the proposed time change. So they have to pull between St. Agnes and Harbor Plaza. They've never received any complaints about noise. Their delivery trucks park briefly on Harbor Drive, and they unload to the store. They deliver via an electronic pallet to expedite any issues with traffic flow, because, you know, in the morning on Harbor Drive is a bit of a disaster sometimes. Michelle Estevez would have liked to have been here from Michelle and Associates. She did have a couple of comments on the different sections. Section 2, regarding sound amplifying equipment and musical instruments. It does not mention Saturday and holidays, and would Saturday and holidays include New Year's Eve? Because that would be a very difficult date to not have a bit of festivity. Section 7, regarding construction, there was also no mention of Saturday and Sunday. And as we heard earlier from the Expats Club, Rebecca Calve, who lives on Harbor Drive, she's been experiencing the construction on Sunday mornings for St. Agnes. The loading and unloading, she feels the time change would not be a good proposal, would cause more money for the businesses, and she, quote unquote, be ready to hire more police officers or code enforcement personnel to enforce if the proposed hours were to be approved. I also spoke with Ceci Sanchez, who's not here this evening. She wanted to know if it applied to residence parties across the village, or churches, or what about the yacht club, and also mentioned the Spanish culture, which usually starts rather late compared to maybe other cultures, and it sounded a bit excessive to her to have a curfew at 10 p.m., particularly on Friday and Saturday. And the only noise complaints that I've ever heard were from the Ocean Club, Tower 2, and the Sands, which is by the events at the Beach Club.
Okay.
Other than that, we have never really had any issues. So thank you, Max, from Milanesa, who has such a wonderful restaurant and outdoor activity that would be really a shame to have him cut short at 10 p.m.
Okay, thank you much. Mr. Velasco, do you have something to offer that I see you there, or you're just here?
Renee.
No, regarding this,
no. Okay, all right. Let me try this. Councilmember London.
Yes, sir.
I see the ordinance going down in flames because I can count to 7 here. I would offer this proposal to you. I think that I would offer you and Councilmember Brett Moss, who has experience in construction here on the island also, and has issues, was worked before on different things here. I would ask, Ed, I would ask that you and him create an ad hoc committee to meet in January, and let's defer this item to February. And what I think that we can accomplish is, I agree with you wholeheartedly, as some of my colleagues, there may be a problem with the families and their ability to have quiet enjoyment of their homes. So I think we do need to address this. We probably don't need to address the part about the businesses as much, but if we could form an ad hoc committee, sunshine meeting between you and Mr. Moss, if he decides to accept my offer.
That would be fine.
And I think that we can work through these items. I think that the 9 o'clock and the 10 o'clock seem a little draconian. So if we can compromise, I think we can get to the point where we help the people who need help, and we look for ways to ameliorate the issues that we have with the businesses. Mr. Moss.
Great.
Well, I would like to speak because, we can't really speak outside this meeting unless we have a sunshine meeting. But let me first give you my opinion and to see if you want me to be on your ad hoc committee. But I'm not in favor of this ordinance. I think it's.
But that's okay.
Okay, and I'll just go through a little bit.
And before you do that,
Sure.
let me say one thing. I've done this over many years, and if you don't bring all the stakeholders into a room and have everybody sit down and talk, you don't get a result that's any good. And so rather than just throwing this item away, which I don't think it needs to be thrown away, because there are some significant issues that we need to deal with to take care of our residents. But we get all the stakeholders in the same room. I'm confident that the two of you can come up with a solution to bring back to this body in February that we can all agree on. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, sure. I mean, I'm happy to do that. It'll be interesting because I guess it's each end of the spectrum. But I can tell you from my experience living in my house, and I live my house backs to Island Drive. They have lots of parties there. I have a neighbor that has kids that, as a teenager, they always have people over there Friday and Saturday night with music and hanging out. I hear live bands playing sometimes. It sounds like huge weddings. And it's loud, but I think to myself, those people are celebrating something. They're having fun, let them have some fun. If it's over at midnight, I'm okay with that. I can go inside if I want to. Sometimes I go outside and listen to the music. I'm like, this is great music. Sometimes I go inside and then, I don't want to listen to it. I put the TV on and watch something else and I kind of get through it. But, it's hard for me to sit there and say, oh, we all have to be turning everything off at 10. I mean, that's a difficult thing. And I think that as an architect, we're seeing more and more. The generation went from the open plan. Now we're seeing the outdoor plan. Everybody's moving to the outdoor plan. People want to live outdoors now, and you're going to see more and more people wanting to be outside. And I'll tell you from experience from enforcement, I had my own party when I turned 40, and it was shut down by the police.
It was 10 years ago? Or
yeah, 10 years ago. And the police came before 12, I think it was like 11 o'clock, gave us a warning, and we turned it down. And I guess whoever the neighbor was complained again, and that's fine. And they came back and they said, shut it down. And we did. And it wasn't even 12 o'clock. So they did their job. They enforced. They got a complaint. And it is what it is. But, there's a lot of people here. We live close together. People make noise.
Okay.
And we have to set a reasonable time. But I'll be happy to meet with
Mr. London agreed. So what I want to do is I want to send a direction to be clear to staff, both our attorney and our manager, to work with this ad hoc committee that would include the chief obviously being part of that. And I have some names I can give the clerk if you make that a sunshine meeting so that all the parties can come together. That would be work. Yes, Mr. Manager.
You put the words in my mouth. Obviously, I'd like to offer Chief Souza. I would also like to offer Jeremy, our BZP director.
Absolutely.
And I also think there's other things that we can look at, such as fines and enforcement. And also, there is a portion in this ordinance that talks about special events. So maybe that's something that we can also build up a little bit for something like those weddings that the council member's talking about.
Okay, can I have a motion to defer this item to the February meeting?
Second.
Moving second. A discussion on the item.
Yeah, I just wanted to share my thoughts so they could take it to their meeting since I can't call and give it to them. I'm very similar to Brett in how I feel about this, but recognize that there are people who obviously have some concerns and they should be listened to. And I think I also really agree with Frank that a big part of this problem likely is people who it doesn't matter if you told them they were never allowed to make a peep, they still would. I don't know that changing times I think you hurt way more people than you're going to help. I would love to see you guys come back with some great ideas in terms of stricter enforcement, or if that's what you decide we need. I think that, community awareness is important. And I also think community awareness, though, cuts both ways. I remembered when I was running for council the first time, sitting in those chairs there, hearing Dr. Kelly say, we're an island paradise, but we're an urban island paradise. We are denser than the city of Chicago. So we do live near each other and we do make noise. And as much as we have to be tolerant of people who are making noise, we also have to be respectful of our neighbors and keep our noise down to a nice pitch, and that's it.
I'm going to be in dereliction of duty here. We have a motion to defer on, that takes precedence over everything else.
Motion to defer to February.
Yes.
Just one other element to this, and then I think we should take this vote and move on. We had an issue with noise with leaf blowers. We've all been working at home more because of the pandemic, all day long. I don't know what happened to that. There is an ordinance.
Yes, there is.
It is completely ignored insofar as I can tell in real life. So while you're thinking about noise, it's not just parties.
And also the phonographs. I see, notice that we have phonographs. I didn't know we have phonographs. Back to 30s.
They're super cool again.
They're right here,
Okay.
phonographs.
Madam Clerk, call a roll, please.
Roll call. Okay. Councilmember London?
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick?
To defer, yes.
Councilmember Moss?
Yes.
Councilmember Sardinius?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe?
Yes, to defer.
Yes. Vice Mayor Kaplan?
Yes.
Motion is approved. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, adopting workforce housing legislative findings pursuant to Miami-Dade County Code Section 33-193.7, providing for transmittal and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
I have a motion to move it and it's seconded. Jeremy, please come forward.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. So, this is a ordinance that we are required to.
I'm sorry, it's a resolution.
Resolution that we're required to provide to the county in response to a requirement that they have regarding workforce housing. And the county, when appropriate, asks that municipalities provide workforce housing, or in our case, justification why we are unable to. So that is it in summary. This is our response to that county requirement.
Questions to staff? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Motion carries. The next item is a capital project authorizing resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving the purchase of exercise equipment from Centurion Partners Health and Fitness LLC, DBA Fitness Smith, in an amount not to exceed $130,944.36 for the village's community center, providing for authorization, providing for the sale of disposition of surplus property, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Do I have a second? Second.
Thank you.
Mr. Yes, sir? It's properly before us. Hold on a minute, Ed. Was this on the last item, or you're talking about this item?
This item.
Okay, hold on. Mr. Hofferberth, is this equipment that makes noise like Mr. Kaplan was saying?
There is some actually.
Oh, geez. You're in trouble.
Enclosed and it's not
You're
on
in
a balcony.
trouble.
Use headphones.
We just got to get one over to your house. Won't bother you anymore.
Go ahead and give us an introduction to the item.
Sure, so I'll give you a quick introduction. The last time we purchased equipment, we did both the strength and the cardio. And because of the duration that we had awaited, we agreed that going forward, we do the cardio every 5 years and the strength and the cardio on the 10th year. Of course, we extended the use of this cardio equipment to 7 years since it received light use during the pandemic time. But several items have failed, and as I documented, we're receiving high maintenance costs to maintain the existing older equipment, and we'd like to proceed with replacing that equipment. And we think it's timely. We also think we quantify our membership revenue, how it's coming back significantly, and the fitness center is our main attraction, one of our main, and the pool, the fitness center, and the gym is what drives membership.
So first question to you, how was this bid out?
We used the Broward County School Board bid prices, and then we negotiated further discounts from that significantly. So that's our recommendation to you, is to proceed. And just a couple comments.
No, I would just say to you, before Mr. London says it to you, when you look at the documentation, in a bunch of places it says no bid, no bid. What does that mean?
I think you're looking at areas that other companies didn't bid on the products that we ended up buying. This company did bid on those products, and then we negotiated rates lower than the school board's.
Did you have more than one
discount.
company bidding on it?
They did. The Miami-Dade County School Board did. They had 5 different companies bidding on the equipment.
Okay. Mr. London, are you up?
I'm hearing, basically, you know exactly what I was going to say. And basically, we had the same problem before, where we say, fine, we'll tag on to somebody else's bid rather than going out. There's nothing wrong with tagging on once we get 2 other bids from other people. But we're trying to get bids out, we're trying to do this, and this is the same damn thing we've always done. So
The same kind of what thing?
I think that's inaccurate again.
Same thing again. All I'm saying is that I'm all for buying the equipment, but I think it should get out like everything should be done.
Okay. From the council.
I don't think this was bid out properly.
Okay.
Just quick question.
Mr. Sardinez, you recognize.
How do you define the mix and match of the equipment? I ask because I spent some time there and I noticed there's a disproportionate amount of equipment being used more than others, which adds to the maintenance and the failure of them.
Mm-hmm.
How did you guys define, is there outreach to the community to find out what they're like? Is there a survey?
Sure. We had some trial equipment in there, if you recall. We are going to a different treadmill for 50% of the treadmills based on the results of a trial period where we had that put in the gym. And this is difficult because you're serving a large demographic in that gym.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some equipment that one demographic sees completely as useless. A more savvy exercise person is not going to use a recumbent bike.
Right.
But our senior and other populations, that recumbent bike is key for them. So it's a balance. And it depends on what time you come too. If you come at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock and it's 17-year-olds, they're using heavy weights and strength equipment. If you come at 11 o'clock, where we have a more older population, they're using some different items. So just the nature of watching its use over time. And basically this is upgrading our existing inventory of equipment to the newer equipment.
And what you said before is we defined at some point previously that 5 years was the lifespan of these, and we've actually extended it to 7 because of the low usage during COVID. Is that right? Okay.
Councilmember Moss.
Through the chair, I agree 100% with Councilmember London. And that was my question on this item, was why did we choose not to bid it? And I guess, I want to thank you guys for negotiating it, but I started reading that going, wow, they can go that much lower than the bid that they already did. I don't know how they can do that. I mean, wouldn't you be bidding your best price already? And then you can go continue more. So my question to you guys is, why did we not bid it? And can we still bid it?
First of all.
And by the way, I just want to say, I agree with the purchase. I'm fine with that. It's just about the bidding portion.
This company is the largest distributor for this equipment. They do provide the best prices in the industry. And I'd like to remind you, we're not purchasing equipment. That's not what this is for. This is for somebody that can obtain the equipment, deliver the equipment, install the equipment, and maintain the equipment through its warranty period. So you may find somebody, and I doubt you will find anybody that can beat their prices, because they are the number one mover of equipment for all the equipment that we bought. So they purchase in bulk, and they get the lowest prices from the manufacturers. So I don't think you will find a lower price, but if you were, you may find a lower price from another company who's not reputable, who may take a long time to obtain this equipment. When they do maintain it, the installation may be subject to some concerns. And now that one company is going to send a tech to Key Biscayne for the one piece of equipment that we saved X number of dollars on, all the way out here to fix it. So we, the management, and your residents that use this equipment, that's 5 years, that we're going to depend on that company, or the warranty's 3 years, that company to maintain this product. And I think you're getting the lowest price you're going to find. And if you go to multiple vendors, which we did at one point, it was a nightmare. We had 4 different vendors that we had to call, and they each had 1 or 2 pieces of equipment, so they never came. When you go through one person, again, who I'm pretty sure you're going to get the lowest price, they have the agreement to maintain everything you have.
So you trust this vendor also
Yes.
to service it as well, and is why that you think that this should be the people that we choose.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Questions?
How often does this stuff require repair? I'm just curious.
Frequently. I mean, we are buying commercial grade equipment. We're not buying residential condo unit equipment. We're buying the stuff that's going to take a beating, but we have an active community that provides a lot of use to this stuff. I think usually at the beginning, when it's just beginning, there's a lot of tweaking that needs to take place. And then just throughout the life of the equipment, and anybody who's been to the gym, if you're a person into the Stairmaster, and we have 2 and one Stairmaster's down, whether that takes 2 days or 2 weeks to fix is a huge disservice to that member.
If that ever happens, I know where there's a Peloton.
Okay, let me know.
I'm good.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, I was convinced by your explanation about the installation and the servicing. We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes, opposed.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
Okay, we're going to public comments first.
The next item is public comments.
Okay, I have Marcelo Radice and Pablo Keller Sarmiento, if you can come forward. Yeah, come on up. State your name and your address.
Hello, council, staff. Marcelo Radice, 70 Bay Heights Drive. I'm here tonight because I see that you have it's a follow-up item from the last meeting regarding the RFP process. And all I wanted to say tonight is, many of you already know me, or I've spoken with you. We've been operating this program after already going through 3 bids during my time here. Whenever the next bid would come, it would be our 4th bid, so I'm familiar with the process. I only want to make sure that, I want to bring some history here because many of you are new. The first bid that we did was a 5-year process. It was a 5-year contract. The second time we did it was a 4+1. Now we're at a 3+1+1. And I just want to make sure that whatever the village council decides to be consistent, because I've been here for 15 years, and I think the soccer program is the only program that's been bidded out 3 times. There's no other program that I'm aware of, indoor or outdoor sports. So I think it's a process that you all have to address at some point. And then I asked the question, why? Why is it always soccer that has to be put up to bid on this kind of frequency and regular basis? Our contract is, as I said, is a 1+1. It allowed 2 additional years at the discretion of the mayor, depending on how we perform. And that's how it was interpreted. I think when that contract was initially presented to the council, not that it's automatically triggered after the 3rd year, because if that was the case, then it would have been a 3-year contract. A 3-year contract goes to bid after the 3rd year. That's simple. We lost a year because of COVID during our first year as soon as we were awarded this new contract. And we did, I think, a phenomenal job dealing with that process, not having our league started very late, having to deal with spacing issues. We couldn't even train our kids appropriately, but we continued to train the kids because the parents wanted it. It was an outdoor sport. You couldn't play indoor sports during the COVID period. Everybody wanted to play and be outdoors, so we figured out a way to do it. It was a difficult period, but we did it. And I just, in the context of, as you discuss RFPs tonight and going forward with contracts, I hope you'll consider the fact that even though we're entering into our 3rd year, we lost a year because of COVID. And consider that as part of as your decision-making process. We would like that 3rd year back. We will continue to deliver the exceptional quality that we've been delivering over the last 13 plus years. And we'll continue to improve that every time. We restructure and improve based on the demand within the community. Lastly, I know I'd just like to address someone who talked earlier about non-residents and made some kind of claim that we have non-residents that are not registered appropriately. That's false. I don't know where they get their data, and I'd just like to address it. If they have any issues, please come to me. Our books are open. We've addressed this. We follow every rule that is asked by us from the VAB regarding residents and non-residents. And we'll be here. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. I called Pablo Keller Sarmiento next.
Good evening, council members. My name is Pablo Keller Sarmiento. I'm a 8-year resident here in Key Biscayne, 9 years actually. And for 8 years, I'm a father of a participant in the KB soccer program. My son is a senior. He's leaving this year. So my interest really is to try to relay a little bit of my experience. I've played soccer competitively in college and all my life. I've written you a very long, I apologize, letter with some experience. Those are just my opinions. I'm sure there are lots of others. Synthetically, I would just give you a quick summary. There's a lot of good things that happen in this program. The coaches are stable. They're good. Billing works. Uniforms came in on time. A number of things that are really great. I would ask that the council or the FAB have a much more hands-on supervision. My experience, and I've said this to Marcelo, with whom I have an excellent relationship, is that the club is lacking terribly a general manager. There is no general manager. Day-to-day operations are run by 2 assistant coaches from their phones, out of their cars. I'm sure that's not all true, but that's what it seems. There hasn't been an initiative by the athletic committee to invite the team managers, the parents. They don't seem to have a voice other than in these occasions. That's unwieldy. That's not normal. When a big program that probably affects 800 families in our city, it should be a little more involved. There's a lot of programs, and it's very passionate, and I'm sure it's a pain for all of you. But I strongly urge you to do that. And I'll finish with just 3 strategic initiatives that I suggest in my letter. The first one, which I just told you, I think the team manager should be involved somehow closer with the strategic athletic committee, is clearly the fields are a big problem, and you guys know that. I'm sure there are lots of efforts to try to resolve. Parents have no word. They just have frustration about that. So I'm sure that a community of 800 parents will come up with some creative ideas, and hopefully the village can leverage all that power and all that passion. I think the girls program has done great things for our for our city, so there's more to improve there. And lastly, it's something that strikes close to home. There's a lot of super talented players in this city. College is terribly expensive. An operation that has 800 families, every year I would wager 6, 7, 8 kids could find a path to college. All it takes is a little bit of an effort from a manager or from the city, or just give it to the parents, and it's even a money-making opportunity, help those families find a better way to college through some of those kids. Those are some ideas, and I have no agenda other than pass on this experience, and I'm willing to help at any stage later. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming out.
May I read the virtual instructions?
No, I still have a couple more.
Okay.
Carlos Genatios, or Heratios.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you. Congratulations, Mayor, and new elected commissioners.
And your name and address.
Pardon?
Your
Yeah,
name and
Carlos Genatios. I live in Key Colony, Emerald Bay, which is 151 Crandon Boulevard, apartment 920. 9 years ago, I lived in Venezuela. I used to be a very strong opponent to the government. And one day, one afternoon, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a day that I usually used to write articles, op-ed articles, I got menaced with a gun to be killed with my kids. That was a Friday afternoon, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The day after, 10 o'clock in the morning, I was here. And somebody who's sitting among you guys told me when I just arrived, told me, Carlos, come to Key Biscayne. Take your kids to the school and stay in my apartment, in my home, so you will not feel like you are in a refugee camp, a Vietnamese refugee camp. Those words, you cannot see them here, but they are tattooed here. I arrived to this island now, living 9 years after. I'm American, my kids have been going to school, we have a wonderful life here, and I'll always be grateful. And one of the main things that allowed me to be part of this community was this team. These people were sitting there. Those coaches, I have to tell you, Peachy, Jimmy, and Claudio, those guys, they live here. They live for us. They live for our kids. They do a wonderful job. They work here. They are there 7 days a week, and they do an amazing work. There is a lot of little problems between the kids, among the kids, but all the time they solve it there. We can talk to them. And I only have wonderful words for them, because I think they have done a great job for us as a community. And I just want to be an example of that. And I want to just let you know how important they are in our lives. They are part of our families. Thank you. Good night.
We appreciate your comments. Monica Ordóñez.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm Monica Ordóñez, 141 Crandon, apartment 234. I'm a mom of 2 boys. One is 14, one is 12. Both go to Mast, and I have been part of the club for almost 9 years now. My kids have played in Pee Wee, intramural, and now travel. And for them being part of the soccer club, it has been an integral part of their life here in the Key. It's what is most important to them. It has given them a sense of belonging to this village, to this community, and to us, that is priceless. Key Biscayne Soccer Club is our home team. It's who we root for. And it is where we hope my son will play until he goes to college. My youngest son currently is in U13 elite team. Their team is currently ranked #1 in Florida, #6 in US and Canada. Last year, we played around 8 tournaments, 2 leagues. We played in Houston. We traveled to Spain, to the Donosti Cup. And I think that is proof of how great the club is. They've been part of these kids from when they're just starting Pee Wee to now at an elite level. Does the club have problems? Yes, some problems, like I think we would all agree most institution has, even the schools we send our kids to, right? But I have to say that they have always been willing to listen to us, to sit down, whether it's in person, through Zoom, to figure things, to help us improve our team. Me and my husband have been team managers for 5 years. And I think merit has to be given to the soccer club as to how much it has improved for 12 years. For us, it is important that the club continues because we need that constant for our kids. For the kids that just do it recreationally, and for the kids like my son who are really competing at a high level. The change right now would be really detrimental for them as they go into high school and hopefully start doing some college. I just have to say that we're very happy with the club, and proof is, for me, is the team I am part in. Not only is it very successful, but we really have become like a family. We celebrate holidays together, we travel together, and ultimately that's what I think is being part of this village, getting together and making friends from all other communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That was my last speaker here in-house. Go ahead.
Okay, please call 305-365-7569. Enter Zoom ID number 231-627-8415, then pound. There is no participant ID. Press pound again, and then *9 to enter the queue to speak. Or if you're using the Zoom app, please click the raise your hand button.
Just so you know, in January, we're going to stop this annoying thing. Anybody other?
I do not have a caller.
Thank you. What I'd like to do, if the council will indulge me, since we're on the topic and we got people here, let's go to 12A3 and take items C and D together here. Mr. Hoffenberth, do you want to come forward?
So, Mr. Mayor, so I understand that you're going into the manager's report?
Yes.
Hello?
Sorry. Yes. Madam Clerk.
Yeah, this is Tony Winton. I was speaking in public comment.
Oh, okay. You have your public comment time.
Yes, thank you very much. Tony Winton, 121 Crandon Boulevard. I'm speaking to the agenda items coming up later about the ordinance involving the charter amendments. I'm appearing as a resident speaking in my personal capacity and not in a professional one, but I am someone who is deeply interested in transparency and open government. The Charter Review Commission proposed 7 amendments, but only 2 passed, and they passed with overwhelming majorities. The voters of Key Biscayne clearly want more transparency and openness. It is for that reason that I am asking that this council create a committee of residents chosen for their knowledge and interest in open government to assist in the review and development of the ordinances and provisions that will put into place the measures that the voters overwhelmingly approved in November. The background of the situation was simply that for sunshine meetings, residents get notices of them if they choose instead of simply tacking a piece of paper on the bulletin board in Village Hall. A committee could assist the council and the village in developing a system that gives maximum notice, not minimum notice. And the same thing is true for the other amendment that was passed in terms of open meetings. Again, the request is simply that the village create a committee, perhaps, Mr. Mayor, even an ad hoc one, as you recently did earlier this evening, to assist the village attorney and the administration in drafting this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for paying attention. All right. Okay, so let's go to C, the update on the soccer RFP.
So I want to be clear, Mr. Mayor, so you're asking if we can move into the manager's report?
Yeah, I want to take up this item right now, 3C and D.
Okay, all right. Since we gave you 20 minutes of my time, we can go ahead and move forward with that. And you want to go to which paragraph?
The soccer RFP plan update and the athletic field workshop plan.
Okay, so we're talking 3C and 3D?
Correct.
Okay, so we'll bring that.
Just because all the people that were here to talk about that, so I want to hear from, I think we all want to hear from.
Okay, so Todd, if you come forward, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As discussed at the previous council meeting, we went back. We evaluated when the contract was executed and gave you a plan to move forward. The effective date of the existing contract with the Key Biscayne Soccer Club is February 11th, 2021. Therefore, this contract expires on February 11th, 2024. That would be the first 3-year term. So I won't go through the whole paragraph, but we kind of lay out how we could go ahead and proceed with an RFP after the first 3 years terminate, after we evaluate their performance, and if we choose to so do so. So there's a timeline there, how we would issue the RFP.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Chair. I know that people came to talk about the performance, and, I did discuss with Marcelo over the phone. He gave me a call. I just want to be clear that if I'm all for rebidding these contracts, but it's not based on performance, and that's not what I'm interested in this. Mine is purely on a business portion of the contract. And I do not want to rebid the same contract that you guys already have in place. It would be to go back and look at it and make sure it's in the best interest of Key Biscayne. And some issues I have, like in Amendment 2, it states that there are no costs to the village to use the facilities. I don't agree with that. I think that there should be a either shared revenue or some type of cost for the use. From a timeline perspective, we would have to go back and look at the contract and ensure that these things, at least my concerns, I don't know what the rest of the council have, but I do have certain concerns that not just field use, but maybe there's other issues that have happened. And I understand what everybody's saying. All these clubs are going to have issues. Doesn't matter if the same one continues or wins the next bid, or if a new one came in, there's always going to be issues. And my concern is not that in any way. My concern is looking purely at the contract that we agreed to 3 years ago. I looked at it. Is it the best interest for us? I don't think so. And I think that that's where my concern is. Now, that comes to a timeline because you said that we need to have somebody ready to go by May 1st, correct? Is it May 1st?
2024 is when it expires. So I think, let me speak to that, because to an earlier comment, we have recently rebid field hockey and basketball. I think if we're going to make a change like that, we need to make that policy decision and then include it. Yes.
No, I agree with that 100%.
So I think this
is not just one sport. This is everybody.
So the timeline that we have gives us the time to formulate what that new process will be and implement it into all of our competitive process for athletics going forward, and then rebid them all.
But your timeline goes ahead and approves the 1-year extension. And
No.
Oh, so that is with the 3 years. It goes
That's
to
the 3
2024.
years.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, what's important to notice is, so what we put here is a timeline. If it were chosen to only go the 3-year period, this is the timeline we would look at. But I wanted to add in is, and I think we've talked about it before, we just have to be careful what we ask for, right? Because I don't think there's a whole lot of really capable and willing vendors who are sitting outside of Key Biscayne saying, I wish I could run their soccer program. So we have to be very careful about how we approach this. If we were to choose to go out to bid at the 3-year period, and we want to change the contract, which is what I hear you saying, and I tend to agree with you on that, we would have to begin to look at this contract probably about April, May timeframe to do a deep dive on what's in that RFP. I think council member recommended last council meeting, perhaps it's an RFQ, right? Have them tell us what they think they can do. So that's something we'd have to decide what to do. We have to release the RFP sometime during the summer. We'd have to give them this is not an easy contract. We'd have to give them appropriate amount of time to come back with a fair proposal. We'd have to go through a pretty detailed evaluation process. And then we come back to the council in November of next year. So if we choose to go this route, if I add that up, April to November, and we're talking the 7-month process to go from modify the contract to bring it back to council for approval. So that decision would have to be made pretty soon.
And why were we under the assumption that it was up in February of this year coming up? I'm kind of confused because even talking to the vendor themselves understood that it's coming up this time. So I'm a little bit confused of how we got shifted here. Okay.
So the council meeting that this was approved was March 9th, 2020. You know what happened immediately after that council meeting. So as we went through the beginning phases of COVID, this was hard pressed to be a priority with what the manager and the attorneys were doing at that point in time. So we had an existing vendor that could provide those services when we were even able to provide those services. And then when it was able to be addressed as an priority, it was, and then there was negotiations back and forth. So it took us 11 months.
To sign the actual contract.
Yeah, to actually execute the contract. That is not a norm, but under those circumstances, everything that was changing, it was hard to push this up as a priority at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Were there any services required because of the pandemic? Was anything, were they
after several months of the pandemic, when the county started to structure activities that could take place outside in a very augmented fashion in cohort groups, we did so with all of our athletic programs, if you recall.
So there was a hiatus, but then a point in time at which whatever passed for normalcy at the time ensued. And
Which wouldn't pass for normalcy now, but at the time it was well received and an opportunity for kids to get out and be active, which at the time was a blessing.
Prior to a contract.
Yeah.
Oscar?
So, in accordance to your line of questioning to Councilmember, just to understand time frame.
Yep.
Ordinance was signed March of 2020, yes?
A resolution.
Resolution.
Authorizing the village manager to negotiate and enter into an agreement with.
Services were rendered under the terms of that contract? When? Starting when?
On the terms of that contract, February 11th, 2021.
What kind of services was the village receiving between those 11 months that you talked about?
It was an existing contractor that we allowed to continue. We didn't have a change. They were the approved
Marcelo
contractor.
had mentioned that he operated during COVID. He lost that year, so he was requesting that year back. He admitted he just mentioned that he operated for 3 years. Correct? I'm just trying to understand. And so I agree with Marcelo. I think all programs should be rebid. Mm-hmm. I agree with Councilmember London, who has also kind of mentioned this as well. And I agree with Councilmember Moss. This is not about performance. This is simply about best practices for municipal government to ensure that we get the best value for our residents. I had a discussion with Marcelo earlier today. We even talked about he's had the opportunity to show what he's been able to do, and he's done a great job. Mm-hmm. I don't think anybody will disagree. The coaches have done a great job. The program has been great. Every program has some problems. He knows what those are. He's going to work on those. The burden of proof is going to be on any other vendors that apply or that bid. I simply wanted to be very clear. This has nothing to do with performance. This is 100% about coming to an SOP, a standard operating procedure, to be able to rebid for the purposes of ensuring that the best value is given to the residents of this island. And so in our conversation also, and something Councilmember McCormick alluded to, we also don't want to come off as wanting to beat up our vendors. We want to attract more vendors to come work here. But in order to do that, this process needs to be standard across the board, in my opinion. And what that simply means is, if you've been operating for 3 years and the contract was intended for 3 + 1 + 1, we're at the 3-year mark. And if we're going to start anywhere, why not start with a program that we know is at its end? By your admission, Marcelo, that's not something you're concerned about in any way, shape, or form, because that discussion we had today,
It's at its contractual end, February 11th, 2024.
yeah,
Oh, 3 years.
Yeah, I don't understand that, considering they've been operating. I don't know how they've been operating before that contract become effective, and maybe I can defer to the attorneys on.
They had a pre-existing contract.
So were we going month to month on that contract?
I mean, at the time.
I'm confused.
At the time, we were, I mean, you're talking at the time of COVID, and when an opportunity came to get kids active again, we had an existing contractor under an existing contract that we used until their updated contract could be executed. I mean, we could have decided not to offer any programming.
So are we suggesting that every contract we've had with every vendor should just get another year because they weren't operating under contract either?
Another year, I don't think you're understanding. And I'd also like to say what the manager said easier. Those two programs that I mentioned, we did an RFP. One, we got the existing contractor. Basketball, we got nobody. I went out to every basketball school, every high school coach, and there was zero interest. Nobody responded to that RFP.
Okay.
So then we were put in the position of reaching out to people and trying to attract them to this community, which we were successful in doing. And I think some people talked about that. We're optimistic about that new contractor. But like you said, you know, you want to make it mutually beneficial.
Absolutely.
So.
Okay.
Go.
Yes, Mr. London.
Todd, it really is amazing to me that the last meeting, and Marcelo, you, everybody thought the contract expired this coming year. And all of a sudden, and we all went through this whole exercise, and we've been lobbied extensively by Marcelo, by Augusto, by whoever else, okay? And all of a sudden, you're changing the game. All of a sudden, you're saying, hey, we didn't know that it really didn't start. Tonight, you're saying, well, it started in 21, not 20. And to me, this really stinks. It doesn't smell right, okay? I don't understand why all of a sudden this happened. Now, if there was an RFP before, if Marcelo bid on the thing before, if we passed a resolution to accept it before, what did you negotiate if you had an offer on the table?
So when COVID, first of all, I'll email you the contract with the executed date and the signatures, when it was executed. So to your earlier point, when this first came up.
Okay, one at a time here.
When this first came up, I hadn't had the opportunity to go back and look at when the contract was executed. So I did that, and as we stated at the last meeting, let us come back to you with a report and a recommendation to go forward. That was your request, and that's what is here tonight. We went back, I looked at the contract, saw when it was executed, when it expires, and then gave you a plan of how we could rebid it when the 3 years from the time it was executed could be conducted. And as the manager stated, to do that would begin very soon. If we're going to formulate a new process for all these contracts to go through, and you're going to come up with a modified procedures, that's very soon that we're going to need to be working on that, so we can go ahead and provide that to all the programs that we put out to bid. And don't think we don't support you on going out to bid. We do.
Mr. London, you want another shot at it?
Follow-up question with Todd.
Sure.
Todd, how does the current contract with Marcelo differ from the previous contract with Marcelo?
I haven't done that analysis.
Do you think there's any major differences?
I don't want to speak without having taking a look at it.
My point being is when you negotiated the new contract, you said you negotiated the contract, which to me means it was an existing contract and you negotiated something, you made some changes. Is that correct?
I'm sure there's changes, but I can't speak to the magnitude of those changes.
Okay. So up until this point, you believe the contract expired this coming year, but all of a sudden you started looking at the contract and you say it was a year afterwards. Marcelo, he also thought it expired this coming year. So nothing new.
Okay, Mr. Manager, you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, I do. I mean, look, I think we're getting wrapped around a date. At this point, if the contract date is February 11th, 2020, it is what it is. I think, let's go back and talk about the philosophy of what we really want to do with our contract. I think that's really what we need to focus on. And in fact, if this contract was to run out in March of 2023, we'd probably be too late to even make this decision. So actually, I think we're in a better situation now if we do want to relook this contract and maybe the approach we go about it. So actually, I think we have the time now. And if that's the direction that the council wants to go, we can have that discussion.
Just as for me, I think that this kind of goes hand in hand with the workshop plan, and I thought that the idea that Mr. Sardinez came up with was maybe it's time to change the format of the way we do things. Perhaps that format that we have now isn't what people want to go forward with, and I heard complaints about the way things are being run. And I'm sure that, whoever can run it is going to have issues and problems. But I'm thinking as to the philosophy of, do we want to put so much emphasis on soccer? Do we want to put more emphasis on other things? And that's what I'm wanting to hear to come out of this discussion. And I agree with people who have said it's not about his performance, even though at some point you will bring that information to us. But it's about listening to the community and saying, hey, maybe it's field hockey, or maybe it's another direction. Maybe basketball is going to come on strong. Who knows? But we need to have a discussion, because I kept hearing that over the last 5-6 months is that there's some murkiness about this, and nothing related necessarily to the existing program, but just the way things have come about, and we just need to look into that. And I thought that's the direction where we're going in, is to have a workshop. Do we have a workshop scheduled?
Well, that's the second part, Mr. Mayor, and right now we have it tentatively scheduled for February 23rd. That might be maybe too late, but we can obviously talk about that. And Todd and I talked today, and we believe that there's really 5 things that we need to talk about there. Number one is, how do we manage our sports programs? And I'm talking at the higher level. Is it done by staff? Is it done by the Athletic Advisory Board? Perhaps do we bring on a contractor to help us manage that? So I think that's the first question we need to, because that's the big picture. How do we actually manage these things? Secondly, how do we evaluate and how do we go forward with our contracted sports? Because we have a portion of our sports are contracted. And then how do we evaluate and go forward with our non-contracted sports? Because we also have a number of those. So I think we have to look at that. Probably the biggest one, and probably the thing that causes us the most difficulty, is assessing our space and time, right? Which is basically coming down to our fields. We don't have enough fields, and what can we do to get more? And then lastly, is there a need to create a field capital maintenance and repair fund? Some sort of fees that these clubs need to pay in order for us to either maintain our existing fields or help us go out and define additional fields and invest in them. So after our conversation over the last week, that's kind of what we would see as the 5 things that would be a big part of that conversation.
Councilmember Moss.
Through the chair, just wanted to bring up one more point. In the last meeting, I asked for the field allocation. I have not received it yet.
I have that right there.
Okay, if you can send it to all the council members, I'd love to take a look at it and kind of better understand
I'm
that
sorry,
issue.
what is it?
The field allocation
Oh, okay.
breakdown. Thank you.
And as to the issue of the non-residents, what can you tell us about that?
That went through council. That was a policy that we discussed here. It was a policy decision that we went back and forth.
No, I understand, but it is an accurate that there were people that were from off the island that were playing, or not?
I think the soccer club's working with us to make sure that there aren't. I think there were, and they're removing them. But we also forgave field hockey and rugby that same restriction.
Because of their particular situation,
So
yes, I remember.
for the 1 year, and then we'll reevaluate that. But that's a policy decision, again, that we're willing to discuss with you, how you want to proceed on resident versus non-resident. There's always been some, whether it be the 70-30 or Now the 11 and under, that's just a policy that we'll enforce.
Councilmember McCormick.
Thank you. I'd like to just, it's the first time I've spoken on this, so I'm going to go back a little bit, and I want to address the parents who are here, the coaches who are here, Marcelo who's here, and say this is a difficult job, and it's mostly difficult because we're dealing with spending other people's money. And so as a group up here, we have tried very hard to make a concerted effort to make sure that we're being as responsible as we possibly can with other people's money. And as such, we decided we were going to put this policy in place that we would bid out all contracts when they came due. And what's upsetting me tonight is I'm looking at people that I know, people that I've raised my kids with, and seeing that there's this feeling like this is somehow anti-soccer. And I want you to know from me, that's not what's going on here. We have said we want a policy where we're going to bid everything out. And as we've seen in the past, very often the vendor who is our previous vendor wins again and gets the contract. But this is what we do in government. We bid things out, and it's makes it a little bit of a rough road, but we need to be consistent about it. And I think it's really important to recognize the accomplishments of the soccer club and to say that this is not about wanting to get rid of anything, wanting to change drastically the way we run our programs. It is just we have to be responsible about how we spend other people's money. So for me, this discussion is purely about us setting a policy where we are going to bid out contracts when they come due.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Not much to add, and I don't want to prolong this, but I think to mention two things. It's been our purpose forever to support all of the activities that people in the community are interested in pursuing. Agnostic, without creating hierarchies of standing among them. Let the interest of the participants drive participation effectively. So we've been careful and thoughtful not to promote anything over anything else, but rather to have kind of uniformity of support, both logistical and infrastructural, with whatever's needed. Two tension points have arisen that I think to summarize. The first is the inadequacy of our field space and the resulting competition for a scarce resource, which is truly a problem. The second is interesting. We have been so successful at certain sports, and the desire to compete at a high level, building on success, is kind of intoxicating, and we want to continue that. And I understand the desire to be a significant force regionally among competition. That's a great ambition. But what it's introduced, kind of all of a sudden, is the desire to have selected athletes from off the island included in our key rat teams, which is not something that has happened historically and which runs the risk of depriving local kids of the chance to participate. I'm not aware of that actually that's happened. Maybe it's theoretical, but it's something that's been an obvious concern. So this really started and probably needs to end with a recapitulation of the standard operating practice of looking anew periodically at all of how we do things, including our contracts. But these other elements that I've just touched on are new and novel in my experience and complicate our ability to be effective stewards of our athletic program. I think we're aware of the complication, and we mean to raise our game and be smart and thoughtful about how to respond.
Mr. Sardinius, this was your item. Are you good to go?
Yeah, I'm still a little bit confused by the timeline. I don't understand how it takes 11 months to sign a contract. I want everything to go to bid. This isn't about performance. And that's it. That's all I have to say about it.
Mr. Moss.
Yeah, you know, we had a different manager at the time. We went through COVID. I'm not making excuses for it. I don't think it should take 11 months to sign a contract. I think that's unacceptable. But I went back and looked at the resolution. It was passed in March, I think it was March 9th, 2020. And I'm sure that you looked
after that.
Yeah, and I'm sure you looked at the contract, and it's on, what you say, January of 2021? February 2021. So it took almost a year to get something signed, which is absolutely crazy. But this is it was a different administration leading at that time. We don't know what happened, but we have a contract that's 3 years. I don't know what else to do. So I think we use this time to come up with the right things that we want to do, go through the workshop and do it right. And we put it out.
Yeah, I'd just like to suggest the contract probably shouldn't begin in February, given that's smack in the middle of the season, no?
They wouldn't assume management until May. Yeah, to obtain the coaches and to know you have the contract.
What's the optimal time to start a contract with the soccer program? Just
Tryouts are in May,
right
so you would want somebody.
before the end of the previous year.
Exactly. So yeah. But they have to hire and get staff.
Yeah. Village Attorney, do you have something?
Yeah, I was going through my emails to kind of refresh my recollection on it, so I can give a little more color. After the approval in March, obviously COVID happened, but there were also concerns raised by members of the community to the staff regarding the proposal. And the manager at the time took that under advisement and was looking at everything, as well as certain council members were receiving correspondence and inquiring about the procurement process at the time. I think combined with COVID, with those concerns, and I know Todd went back and forth and was trying to address the concerns, I think the manager was holding back. I think that she eventually became comfortable and proceeded. I think that was what happened. I think there was also changes in the proposal. I think it was the non-resident resident. There was back and forth during that time frame. But things were moving slower also with COVID. So I think COVID for sure was an example. I mean, I can just see, but also there was for sure at the time the manager wanted to take a step back and look and maybe I don't recall if she reported back to council. Maybe Todd does, but maybe not.
I do remember there was other bidders that did protest
It wasn't a formal protest, but there was correspondence that was questioning the proposal that was awarded. So she took it under advisement, and so that contributed to it. I mean, believe me, we don't ever take and going back, I mean, the first draft of the contract was circulated like right contemporaneously when it was approved. I mean, but it was then, pushed back. So I hope that helps a little bit.
That's very helpful. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Manager, what are the action steps on the C and D here?
So I think the timeline is what it is, but I still think the philosophy of do we go forward, do we not go forward, I think that's a decision that we need to come to. If we are to do that, I suggest that we begin, because it sounds like an issue with the contract, not necessarily the timeline. I think we've overcome the timeline issue. That's a fact. I think we can do it internally. We can do a citizens committee to review the current RFP or decide whether it's an RFQ. Take about 2 or 3 months to put this together, and then we can put this, if we choose to do that, put this out to bid, and then follow through the timeline that I mentioned earlier. That would be the contract itself. When it comes to the workshop, We have a date, February 23rd. We have to determine whether that's too late. Might be a little bit too late. We might want to bring that forward a week or so. But again, I think it was 5 things that I addressed that I think would be a good conversation and I really think it starts at the top, because how do we manage our programs? He used to have 2 people in his athletic department. Now he has 1. He lost that position a year and a half ago. So we rely heavily on the athletic advisory board, probably going above and beyond what their charter is. But the good news is we have very talented and dedicated people there who have done that. But they are a single point of failure. If they choose not to continue to do that job, they could have a major impact on our sports program.
Okay, so following your advice, February 23rd, if we can move that date up, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, we can do it, that we put February 23rd on the council, on the calendar, tentatively. If the council wishes to pull that
But
forward,
we have the next, the meeting in February is on the 15th, correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
So if we want to do that in advance of that meeting, we'd have to do it maybe
February 9th?
I'd probably do it before, make sure we have enough time to go back, maybe right at the end of January, beginning of February.
Groundhog's Day?
Okay.
We can do it Groundhog Day. But I really think we really need to look at those 5 issues, because it's not just the contracts. It's how do we run it? And then obviously, and I think Council or Vice Mayor Kaplan mentioned very clearly, the problem of all this is a lack of field space. I think that is what causes the problem more than anything. It's a long-term solution.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so will you look at other dates so that we can try to get it in sooner rather than later?
Yes, sir. We can do that.
Okay. Let's go back to the agenda. We were special presentation.
Special presentation of the village's Resilient Infrastructure Program Study, Chief Resilience and Sustainability Officer, Dr. Roland Samimi.
Chief Resiliency Officer, you got 10 minutes to do this.
Let me start on this one, because I think this is look, this is a long time coming. But it's really time to kick off this, because this is a big one. The council has asked us to put together a strategy to tackle our major environmental threats that we face, and those that face or put significant risks on our island, our viability of our economics, as well as our residents' quality of life. This strategy is important. This is really about protecting our village and ensuring that we address the resilient infrastructure and resilience that we're facing now and in the future. We talked earlier about the immediate flood control, things we're trying to do in the short term, but this is really talking about the long term and what we need to do to make sure we protect our island in perpetuity. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Roland. He's going to start and talk to you about the threats, the vulnerabilities and risks. Then he's going to turn it over to our partners from Black and Veatch, and they're going to chart out the pathway on how we're going to address those issues.
Thank you, Steve, Manager, Council, Mayor. I'm not going to spend any time on this. We know who we are. We're an excellent community. We're vibrant. We're a residential community, and we pretty much understand this particular slide. Before we move forward, I do want to introduce Dr. Lynette Kardosh. She's with Moffitt & Nichol. Moffitt & Nichol is part of the Black and Veatch team that's going to be guiding us through the next bunch of years towards a resilient VKB. She's the Director of Adaptation and Resilience for Moffitt & Nichol. Also with us is Dr. Alec Bogdanoff. He's a co-founder of Brazaga, which is a local specialized firm, develops communication plans specifically around adaptation and resilience at a municipal scale. He's also on the Black and Veatch team. Listen, it's important to keep in mind some very critical points. This strategy and the Resilient Infrastructure Program as a whole are bookended by 2 very critical issues. The first issue are threats. Okay, we're a low-lying barrier island. We face very specific environmental threats as a result of climate change and sea level rise. The other bookend on this is about quality of life. We aim to maintain quality of life and elevate our quality of life on this low-lying barrier island that is threatened by all these various specific threats: rainfall-induced flooding, tidal flooding, groundwater flooding, storm surge we're familiar with because of Ian and Nicole, coastal erosion, we're familiar with that because of our beach, wind, and obviously extreme heat. But I want to focus a little bit more specifically on tidal flooding because it brings forward a very specific point. This particular slide would show, based on the projections that Council had selected to move forward with design of the stormwater system, tidal flooding days per year under 2040 without action and without rain events. This is just a result of sea level rise. And what you see is roadways will experience flooding between 6 and 20 days per year without any rain. This is if we do nothing. This speaks specifically to a vulnerability in the fact that we're a low-lying barrier island. If you fast forward, and that's only 17 years from now, let's just say, which goes by as in blink of an eye. Let's fast forward from 2040 to 2070. We're looking again at tidal flooding days without action, without rain. Most roadways are going to experience flooding for 180 days per year without any rain. Homes and properties will be inundated. These threats are undeniable, and they highlight and spotlight our vulnerabilities, that we're a low-lying barrier island with an unprotected shoreline, that we have an aging stormwater system in need of upgrades, that we have exposed electrical and telecom infrastructure, we're built out and have very limited new space to utilize to upgrade our entire infrastructure, and we have restrictive and incompatible regulations that need to be addressed as well. Threats can't be changed. All we can really focus on are our vulnerabilities, and in addressing our vulnerabilities, therefore, reduce our risks. So to make the point on how threats stress and highlight our vulnerabilities, let's take a look at the threat of street flooding. In this particular example, we can address the vulnerability of low lying because in your homes, you can elevate your finished floor elevation and essentially protect yourself from the low-lying roadway and the threat of street inundation. On another hand, you have older homes with low elevations of their finished floors, very close to the crown of road. That threat of flooding, combined with the fact that it's low-lying, puts it in a very vulnerable situation and therefore very high risk. By investing in the stormwater system and its upgrade, as well as all the other infrastructure that we're planning to upgrade, we can reduce the vulnerability to a home and we can also reduce risk. So at the end of the day, this strategy is really oriented around looking realistically at our threats, looking very realistically at vulnerabilities. You put those two together, assess your risks very carefully, and then work on your vulnerabilities to lower the risk to each particular entity of the community that is threatened. So without action, our way of life and our quality of life and resilience really only speaks to quality of life is threatened, and action is not an option. If we do nothing, we're going to have decreased property values and increased property damage. We have increased insurance costs and decreased insurability. We have a decline in economic activity, an increase in infrastructure costs with a declining tax base, and essentially a decrease in quality of life, something that we're absolutely looking to avoid. So we've made a commitment. Myself, personally, have made a commitment by being here and working to this effect. The manager has made a commitment. Directors have made a commitment. All of village government, including yourselves, have made a commitment. The commitment is to the residents, maintain or elevate quality of life, minimize disruption as we move through this program over the next 10, 15 years, upgrading our entire system, preserve the environment, and provide multiple benefits in a host of different avenues for the residents that are being asked to endure the efforts and incur the expense to maintain this quality of life, bring the best talent and the best professional practices to bear on executing this complex program, and then clearly communicate and involve the community as we step forward down this long and windy road. Ultimately, we're looking to maximize investment into this community. That's our commitment, and we basically know where we are. A lot of groundwork has been laid. historically that I'm not going to waste any time on. But fundamentally, where we're at is finalizing this strategy, which is the framework for everything that we're going to be doing moving forward, including the development of a very detailed integration implementation plan that we discussed relative to the SRF application. But then also implementing certain things already. Immediate flood control to take some of the pressure off of citizens as we march through a design process that we're in already, give them a break on some of the flooding that they're experiencing, and maximize the efficacy of the drainage of our system as it exists today. But we've also taken steps doing the LIDAR survey that the previous council had approved, analyzing existing conditions, moving forward to 30% design on the K8 stormwater system, getting FPL moving on the design of the undergrounding for the first phase of 3. These are all things that we're already underway and bringing together and unifying under this soon-to-be-developed integration implementation plan that Black & Veatch is going to be really developing in concert with us. And we're also spending a lot of effort applying for resilience grants and leveraging our bond funds. And so far, we've received about $810,000 in grants in 2022, and we've got 9 grant applications in the pipeline totaling $3.4 million, which hopefully we'll be successful on and that we can bring to bear. Additionally, where we're at today, and in preparation for the referendum that got us the GEO bond, we established these lines of efforts, these pillars of resilience that we've been talking about relative to shoreline protection, relative to stormwater system upgrades, roadway improvements, utility hardening, regulatory updates, which are all the modifications that have to be made to codes and ordinances and standards and zoning. Excuse me. All of that is essentially in place. Now we've got to essentially put it all together in this very detailed roadmap to get us from point A to point Z over the next 10, 15 years. And I'm going to pass it to Dr. Kardosh, who's going to talk about the course of the future and Black & Veatch role in this evolution to a resilient VKB in the end.
Fantastic, thank you. So my name's Lynette Kardosh, and I'm excited to talk to you guys about this resiliency work that we've been doing. And when you look at the start of this particular chart, we're at the beginning, but really not at the beginning of the long journey, because as Roland showed you, there are a lot of efforts that the village has already been doing and undertaking to really get ready for where we are now. And as we develop and adopt what we have, our resilient infrastructure strategy, a lot of it really does involve pulling the different lines of effort that we've had already ongoing and putting it in a plan that allows us, as we move to the second step, to chart and launch the resilience infrastructure program. And part of that next step that's coming up is really taking the work that's been done to date, the work that needs to be done in the future, and start to chart it out in a way that really aligns with the Dig One philosophy. I think earlier on Roland mentioned, trying to minimize disruptions. And that's one of the things that as we continue on through the program and start to align the different lines of effort, making sure that this infrastructure and resiliency program allow us to really, maximize the opportunities we have, but also enhance the quality of life for the residents. So once we start the implementation plan and we move to the third step of executing, that's where you'll start to see, I think for most of us in the community, executing really does come down to seeing construction, seeing projects on the ground. A lot of the stuff that happens now is, it's just
Manager promised me in 23, so.
You took a year off that, Mayor.
No.
Yeah, so as, really the construction is what you start to see for residents, and they start to feel like the planning effort has, really come to fruition. So as we start to execute the long-term infrastructure program, that's where you'll start to see, and your residents will really start to see some of the activities that are really on the ground, and start to experience some of those construction constraints as well. With that said, we're always continually keeping the attitude of assessing and refining and being able to continually adapt the information that we get, specifically because there may be grants that come in, there may be different funding cycles, and so while we have a plan that really does prioritize according to need, there are also opportunities that come along, and also, as we all know, like what we saw with some of our other communities, there may be other storms or different disruptors that come along that always require us to continually adapt the plan. And so as we start to take a real look at this journey for charting the course to, really elevating our island paradise, taking sure that we are aligning all of our lines of effort. Again, I'll repeat it over and over. This philosophy of really digging once is part of our guiding light to be sure that we are able to align when you're doing the undergrounding, when you're doing some of the pipeline work, the roadway work. Can we just have something occur once and not really have to go back over and over again? I think there was somebody talking today about, how many times did we need to regrade something? And that's ultimately something that we wish to keep to a minimum. Funding and financing. I have to say hats off to the village for the amount of grants that they have gotten in 2022 and for the applications that are out there. When we started looking at really being able to fund something like this, it's not for the faint of heart. It is a significant investment, but you start to look at the private side, private investment that comes in. Obviously, there's also fees and grants, and of course, again, I commend the village for being forward thinking and really passing that general obligation bond that sets the tone for truly a progressive community. And that's kind of what keeps people moving here is folks want to live in a place that they know is really proactive. Going back to this commitment, Roland hit a few of these, but really ultimately this piece of us having a meaningful conversation with the residents is really fundamental to all of us. We can all talk about what we'd like our communities to be like, and including the public in the planning process is really where the magic happens. And I love talking about the resident benefits because, as the residents start to see some of the construction and start to feel the program come to life, ultimately for us being able to explain and show what it is that they're actually getting. And, this aspect of having less flooding, especially on those, the streets that always have chronic flooding. So reducing that flooding, being able to explain much more about how their shorelines are protected, how their reliability is increasing with the undergrounding, not just on the power lines, but also the telecommunication, that type of service reliability, and being really expressive about how it is that all these things are really pushing that emergency readiness, be it for big storms or just the normal things that are kind of business as usual on emergency readiness side. And ultimately, resiliency is about quality of life, and the folks in the village are quite happy with the quality of life here. And I'd like to end with that and hand it back off to Mr. Williamson.
Yeah, we do have, this is the end state, and Steve's going to speak to that, and then the next steps very, very quickly.
So thank you, Rowan, and thank you, Black and Veatch, for putting this all together. And so, this pretty much lays out what we see as an end state. Obviously we got to address flooding. They mentioned it before. We want to make sure our shorelines are strong. And we want to make sure that our services, our utilities, whether it be electrical, whether it be telecom, whether it be water and sewer, are reliable across the entire village. A village ready for anything and everything. It's all about emergency preparedness. The better we can protect ourselves, the better we can be in ensuring that we're ready to adapt as well as mitigate as things move forward. And lastly, as we've mentioned a number of times, we want to ensure that we maintain a village with unparalleled quality of life. So with that, what's next? We're going to finalize this resilient infrastructure strategy. We'll take your feedback tonight, or we'll take the feedback over the next couple of weeks so that we can come back in January timeframe with a finalized strategy. Next is to kick off what we call the integration implementation plan. That is actually the program that is going to chart out where we're going. And you heard Lynette mention it before, those details that are going to take us. What are the projects? What are the sub-projects? How are we going to fund them? What are the supporting requirements to get to where we are? One of the items we're going to talk about in the manager report tonight is a seawall ordinance. That's one of many of the things that we have to do to support this program. We've mentioned it. We're going to mention it again and again and again. We ensure we engage with our community, ensure we engage with our key partners. We got to put together a construction and project management capability. We have Black and Veatch on board as the potential contractor, but we actually have to put that contract together to ensure we have that capability to move forward. And lastly, probably the most important thing we need to do is to get moving to elevate our island paradise. So this is what I ask from you guys. You've all been great supporters of us over the last couple of years, the year and a half since I've been here. We all know this is one of the most important things that is facing our village. We need your continued support. We need your confidence in our passion and our ability. Of course, we need your scrutiny. We can't do this alone. We need to make sure we have the proper funding when we go forward. We want your reviews and approvals as we go through this process. But we don't just need your support. What we really need from you is to be true, strong champions of this program. We need you to get out into the community, show your passion that this needs to get done. We got to talk to our residents. We got to talk to the people across the county because we can't do this alone. We have to do this with our partners. So again, we're excited. There are going to be ups and downs, but we all need to stick together. Most importantly, all of us, to include the council, the residents, the staff, and our consultants need to work together to ensure all of us are champions to ensure we protect the future of the village of Key Biscayne.
Thank you. I think that's probably the wrong question. I think that it's more than being supported by this council and why this council ran. So I think this council is ready for execution. So
we're ready to go.
Right.
But
am I wrong or
no? You're not wrong at all. And I think in terms of what Steve said a moment ago about our outreach and engagement in the community, that's part and parcel of what we've committed to do.
Okay, are you looking for some kind of direction that I'm missing here, or I mean,
I just need one word. Yes.
Yes, yes.
All right. Yes, you're going to be champions. Yes, you're going to be passionate.
Mr. Vasquez,
do I need to stand again with my flight engineer?
I guess so.
No, I'm just.
We'll take a rousing applause.
No, you guys are great. I know Dr. Cadeau, she's fantastic and have a lot of faith, great qualities, tremendous professional, and so glad you're here and, laying out this plan. Thank you, Steve. I do want to talk a little bit about something that keeps on, that I see the plan. I get a sense of where we want to take it. There's a lot of pieces moving, and there's going to be a lot of discussions on this, and this will evolve with time, and we will continue to apply and grow with that. But I think that there's some practical issues that we still need to address, and it has to do, if we were already elevated and we didn't have issues with groundwater, it would be mostly, as it relates to the flooding, we would have to deal primarily with the drainage system, the collection and the disposal of the drainage system, and whatever environmental or water quality impacts we would have to do. But we have an issue that keeps on coming up, and I just don't see a way that, or have not yet seen a way that we can actually resolve it, which is the groundwater that keeps on rising. I have a great detail here of the seawall. I don't want to get into details. I'd love to have a discussion, Mayor, opportunity to talk more with you all, but I think we need to really look at that very hard as we embark into this program. I think the drainage is pretty straightforward. There's water going in, going out. We'll find eventually points we want to discharge, but the issue is where the water is coming, not from the top or from the side, but from the bottom. Yeah. So perhaps maybe we could have a little bit. I would love to be able to see if we can, Key Biscayne can be really the first community that develops a solution for the groundwater problem. I don't know what that solution is. I got some ideas. I'm not, but we need to really address that.
That's something that we are actually talking a fair bit about with AECOM. That's in the process of doing the modeling.
But that's going to be the modeling as it relates to how much groundwater we're going to have. Sure. But the solution, and I see that you are talking about elevating raising the cap of the seawall, which is great, and meeting the county requirements. But what are we doing below? How are we getting that? How are we stopping that water from coming up? And so please take a look. No need for a solution today. Just more of my input on it. This is a very complex program, as I stated before. But this is an important issue that I think we really need to focus on.
I think that's a great conversation for us to have one-on-one, and something that we can definitely continue sharing with the modelers at AECOM as they're moving forward with what they're doing. And it's very important. The entire region is struggling with that specific issue because of our geology, and it's not an easy one to solve. So I'd be happy to sit down with you as long as you would like to noodle it out.
You're gonna get me nerdy now.
Oh, it's
I can sit free for
it just
hours
gets
on
me
that.
giddy, you know.
Don't invite me to that course.
Yeah, the next piece that comes, this is a summary of the strategy. What we are also producing is a document, like a book that basically can be provided to the community, handed out, which also provides a lot more of the detail behind all of these elements. So it's not just, this is not the end all be all. This is just a summary presentation. So more to come.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Mr. Mayor, before we go on to the next one, look, we timed this on purpose. You know, we heard very clearly you campaigning and what you were campaigning for, all the folks who are here currently on this dais. We wanted to give you November off, but we wanted to come at you on December, so we're ready to go. We're serious about this. We're passionate. Let's get together as a team, and let's make this happen.
Absolutely.
Bring that World Cup.
Go France.
The next item, going back into reports and recommendations, village manager and manager's report.
Mr. Lang, your colleague took all your time, so you better make this real quick.
If you would, just give us a quick summary, I mean, of what we faced in this season and the top 2 or 3 strengths and weaknesses and things we need to improve on.
You got it. Good evening, council, Mr. Mayor. So we're going to talk.
That was a great presentation. Thank you.
Hurricane season up and down. Just looking back, there were primary 3 storms that we were faced with, which was Tropical Storm Alex, Hurricane Ian, and Nicole. Just a little bit, if you can think back, that Hurricane Alex, we had, believe it or not, South Florida got about 10 inches of water. Perfect segue into what you just heard about. We had a lot of water on the ground, and my recall anecdotally was since Irma, it was probably the worst flooding that we had. And we were a bit challenged by it. We had some minor damage. Hurricane Ian, I think Councilmember Moss had called me and said, "Do you see what's going on the beach?" And that was when we had that pretty amazing tidal surge and swell. And then to a lesser extent, that happened again during Nicole. And so we basically looked at what we did well as a village staff, what we need some assistance with or we need to improve on, and where our partners need to come in. And so
Eric, if you go right to the question everybody always asks me is, what's our contingency plan if something happens to the bridge?
I guess there's 2 things. One is we got to make sure we get people off the island. And if I could ask one thing today is we can do everything perfectly, but if people don't comply with the mandatory evacuation order, even if we get it out early, we got to get people off the island. That's number 1.
Okay, so that's a communication thing, and we got to get your communication people to start working on that because we just need to stress it over and over. The vehicles leave the island, you are unprotected, there's no police, no fire to help you, and we got to just push that through everybody's thick heads.
In the mandatory evacuation, we evacuate. That said, we do everything we can to get back to the island for reentry, and our mission is search and rescue. We're going to determine whether that bridge is passable or not passable, and if it's like it has been in the past, we can get back. But if you go back to Andrew, the causeway was closed for a week, if I'm not mistaken, and it was very similar to what happened over on the West Coast. So if that causeway is not passable, we can't allow people to get back in. We got to conduct our search and rescue, and we're going to do everything we can to get people back to the island. We have been working with the county almost on a weekly basis. We're talking to them about contingency plans. We met in the county mayor's office with Chief Jim Morales and the emergency managers. Our village manager had set that up, and we worked that relationship constantly. We were planning to go to the West Coast this week. The emergency managers from the West Coast, from Charlotte County, asked us to wait until after the new year. So we're constantly working on this plan.
So you're learning from those experiences.
100%.
Yeah, and so even if the bridge stays afloat, you could have the rest of the causeway wiped out, right?
Correct. I don't know if you saw, but immediately after Ian, there was some work done on the east side of the William Powell Bridge. They added some kind of heavy boulders, if you will, to fortify the lead up to prevent from some washout. So we're working on it, but that's not our bridge. That's not our causeway. I don't need to tell you that. this is one of the topics of what do we need assistance with? And that's us partnering with the county to make sure that they're doing everything proactively, and that when it comes to response and recovery, that we're working very closely with them.
But to the best of your professional knowledge, you feel that contingency plans that we have in place meet those needs of the residents of Key Biscayne?
I'm going to tell you yes, and I'm also going to tell you that the manager has made a clear expectation to the staff, to myself, and that we're going to improve on that, and that we're going to make it better and do everything we can to codify the plan, exercise the plan, and assure that we are going to be able to get back ourselves and be able to get residents back as quickly as we possibly can.
Mr. Mayor, to the chair, just one quick question. Do we have any specific examples, or now that they went through in the governor's office, do we have anything that they learn out as an approach on how to do, how to repair bridges like this, or how to accelerate access or get that?
So what happened in with Sanibel, and I think it's a good example, is look, we obviously don't have that capability. I don't even think our county public works have that capability. So we would probably follow the same model that they did. FDOT put out a contract. It was an RFQ, went out. They had three bidders within 2 days. They had that thing, awarded within 3 or 4 days. And you saw they were out there very quickly. They repaired some spans, and they were able to get out on the island and begin to do work. That's where the relationships all the way up the chain go, between us, the county, the state. We can't do that by ourselves, but we have those relationships. And if you look at the Bear Cut Bridge contingency plan, they actually show all the partners, the agencies from the county, the state, as well as the federal level who will be involved in that.
And to support that, my deputy and our fire marshal, Marcos Osorio, he's been deployed, if you will, to the State Emergency Operations Center multiple times. He works very closely with the past and the newly appointed state fire marshal, and he was intrinsic in what was occurring in a response from the state level to the West Coast. And matter of fact, he's there today for the inauguration of the new state fire marshal. So we work those relationships to make sure we're going to get the resources we need.
Very good. Thank you.
One of the biggest byproducts, unfortunately, out of the last 2 hurricanes is, and I think you all recognize that, is when Ian went across and went into the Atlantic Ocean and created a large ocean swell. I think that's when the council member called about the great waves. Unfortunately, that pushed a lot of our sand up on the beach and removed some of our sand. And then when Nicole came a couple weeks later, it took a lot of that sand away. So we're currently doing a measurement of how much sand we lost. We're already working with the state. We're working with our legislatures, and also looking at the federal level to see what we can do to go to beach renourishment number 3, 4, 5, whatever it is at this point. Because as you can very easily see, we've lost a lot of our beach. Obviously, that's bad for recreation. But really, what it's bad for, the beach is there for a purpose. It's there to protect our property, and it's no longer there in the way in which it was.
Okay. Next item.
Thank you.
So next, nope, I think it's, we've got Renee.
Let's go.
Renee, you jumping up there, Colleen. Way ahead, huh? All right. So Renee, give us a quickie on the good news and how we're doing with
good evening, Mr. Mayor,
buildings.
council members. Basically, this is a quick update on the program of the 40-year recertification. We had 37 properties that were lagging behind. And now we're only down to 24, but those 24 have submitted reports to the building department that they're safe while they're working through their problems and this concrete restoration, some electrical issues. They have pull permits, and we are monitoring and working with them with the help of the code compliance department. We're reporting bi-weekly to the manager, and anything that happens out of the ordinance, we report it to Mr. Minister Manager on a daily basis.
Okay, so if I heard you correctly, 37 properties and 24 have been checked.
24 are working with us right now to achieve recertification. 13 have been completed already.
13 completed.
Right, and that's of course the ones that up to 1982. From 1983, we're working with them now with the new rules from the county and the state on the new program, which is the 25 and 30 year, because they shortened the 40 year now on the newer buildings to 25 and 30, depending on the location.
So to get, you got roughly about a third, so you need another 2/3 to get done, right?
Yeah.
And that'll take us how long?
Well, it depends. Some jobs are very complex. We're working also with, some jobs we're working with the fire department, like in one of them, that they're doing their fire sprinkler installation at the same time that they're working on the recertification. Some others are just simple permits that they can do right away. So it depends on the complexity of the project. And
But
some
6
of it may
months?
take, well, some of it may take 2 years, some of it may take 6 months, some of it may
Okay.
take a couple of weeks.
But the majority are going to be in compliance fairly
Yes.
quickly.
That's the goal.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Hold on. Councilmember Moss.
Yeah, I just want, through the mayor, I just wanted to make a quick comment that I really enjoyed these tables, very clear, what you put together. So excellent job on the tables and the graphics.
Thank you. Well, by the way, this has been a lot of from the manager's office to all
Yeah,
the
to
other
everybody,
departments.
whoever is working on
Everybody's
it.
been doing a great job.
It makes it much easier to read.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
So next up is something that's equivalent to the building recertifications and engineer life. I thought that was
Jeremy.
Colleen jumping up there again. I saw the mustard color there. But anyway, let's bring up Eric real quickly to give us an update on the engineer life safety programs.
We're not ready for this.
And he'll give you an understanding of why that's important.
So briefly, we have 26 high-rise buildings in the village
Oh, this is in the same,
within the same report.
you weren't trying to sneak some more time on me.
No,
are
sir.
you?
It's the second category of this.
All right, same category.
Part B. So basically, this is about engineered life safety plans. So there's 26 high-rises in the village. I think we mentioned the other day at orientation, if a building was built essentially after 1980-ish, or when Key Colony was built, it's fully sprinkled. If it was built before that, there was 14 buildings that are considered high-rise buildings that were not fully sprinkled.
Hey,
Now, I know-
Eric, I'm sorry, high-rise means 3 or more floors?
A
or
high-rise building is considered 75 feet or greater, and just
75 feet?
Yeah, and roughly speaking,
That's like 3 or 4 stories, huh?
That's like kind of 7.
6 or 7.
Yeah,
6 or
it's
7?
about-
Okay.
6 or 7. We go about 10 foot of floor, roughly speaking. And so that said, 9 of the buildings have met the standard. There's 3 of the buildings that are currently in progress, and there's 2 buildings that haven't taken any action. The deadline is January 2024. Fire Marshal's office is currently working on that. We report this to the manager on a monthly basis, and we're getting better and better compliance. And a lot of this does tie into the 40. It just so happens that it ties into the 40 or 50-year inspection.
So 26 high-rises, none of them in compliance?
26 high-rises. 12 of them were built in compliance. So there was 14 that we've been working on over the years, and essentially there's 2 left that need to take some type of action. And there's
Okay, so you're down to 2. You're doing good.
we're down to 2, and we're in progress with another 3 that are working through the process.
Okay.
So just to know, God forbid we ever have a large fire in one of these buildings that aren't protected, it's going to be worse. And it's going to
What
require
was it in 2000 that we had that big fire?
the Ocean Club.
Yep.
2000, March, if I'm not mistaken, 7099 was under construction, and it was one of the largest fire losses. I know it's the largest fire loss the Keys ever seen, and if not, most of Miami-Dade County. No injuries.
I was on the scene, were you?
I remember, yes. So,
So was former Mayor Jimenez.
yeah. But sprinklers make a tremendous difference. If any of you or the public want to talk further about it, our offices are available.
Next.
All right, so Jeremy with code compliance.
How do I get there?
USB, right?
It is, but it's not.
There's two USBs.
Yeah. Perfect. Ready to go.
All right, good evening. So this is actually our quarterly report for code compliance. So you'll see it's somewhat similar to the one you saw 4 months ago. And this is our code compliance staff. Two code compliance officers, Dario and Walker, and Jessica handles business tax as well as paperwork, getting us ready for special magistrates. So these are the folks a lot of the times handling noise complaints. When issues are sort of less acute and more
They handle
chronic,
a lot of sign complaints lately, right?
number of sign complaints as well. They spent some time on the campaign trail, literally on the trail. And so they do have a calibrated noise meter that they use when we are looking at things that are, say, over persistent 60 decibels.
And they can't teach the cops how to use that? Or?
Well, no, because this is where it's interesting, because a lot of the things that cause complaints would never register on a noise meter because they use it. There's another standard in the code that talks about, I can't remember exactly, but it's basically if it's 100 feet away and it's still a nuisance, then it qualifies. Because noise is extremely difficult to, what is annoying may not be something that registers by decibels. What it might be intermittent. It's a tricky thing.
Like a smoke alarm going off.
Yeah, it could be an alarm going off. It could be something quiet but an annoying tone. Yeah. It's complicated. So just generally, though, they handle a lot of work. They handle a lot of different roles and responsibilities. Everything and anything that is in private property that might have a violation. Some things you might associate with a person anyway. They cite the property only, though. That is their role. That's what's makes them a little different than police or somebody would be citing individuals. And then looking overall at cases, so this was what we presented previously on 2021, and this is showing what we have to date on 2022. So we've gone up slightly in citations. It's actually uncanny how similar the numbers are to date overall on some of the other things, although we will expect these to tick up a bit as we get the December. So by the end of the year, we'll have a little bit higher on these numbers. But, in all cases, we're always trying to do things via verbal warnings and get to compliance without being code enforcement. Like there's a real reason we call it code compliance and not code enforcement.
Okay, so a little education here. Again, on the campaign trail, you run into situations, a really bad situation. I took the manager by there where a house has been under permit for 5 years now. How do we get around these kind of things?
So this is a tricky one, and we talked about this a little bit just in the office informally, because a lot of the things that our enforcement mechanism goes from sort of citation and violations, fines, and then if the fines aren't paid, it ends up as a lien. And unfortunately, in a case like that, when you're really talking about specifics of incomplete construction work, liens are not going to encourage things to move more quickly, typically. So that's a case where it's really tough because our enforcement mechanisms are pretty counterproductive to getting a project done, or even the fast way for a project might be to get done might be for it to change hands, and so that then somebody else would actually complete the work.
But doesn't the permit expire after a certain amount of time?
Yes, and so
can we close down that situation if the permit is expired, right?
Yes, yeah. So although a lot of the times people will extend the permits
without doing any real work.
they can do it without doing any real work. I mean, I think I'd have to get back to you on the specific case. But, you know, a lot of the times.
One of the things that
I
I was amazed to hear was that our code enforcement really can't go into a property. Is that accurate?
So it depends. We generally need to be, we always need to be very respectful of private property rights. There's certain things we can do regarding property maintenance if a property really falls into disrepair.
Like I was told that just because the pool is in disrepair and it has, you know, mold growing in it, that they can't go in the back. Is that accurate?
So I'd have to check on specific cases. I know
Chad,
we
you got
can
anything to add
go
on that?
in on landscape maintenance.
So there are ways, to your question before, what some people do, by the way, is they will do a small work and call for an inspection. That's how they get the permit extended. I mean, that's the game that's played. To this point, there are ways that the officers can personally observe such a nuisance. One, by if the neighbor lets them in and they can see over the fence, or we have in the past obtained civil warrants and wanting the properties in the key and cited people for violations when we've been told that. So we do have the mechanisms if it's that bad.
As far as direct action, though, we do have an ability for if a property falls into disrepair. I know at least on the right of way that we can, if they're normally responsible for maintaining something, they're not doing it. We have in the past had our own staff clean sites up and then essentially bill them.
Tear them down. What we do there is that we will clean it up and then we do a special assessment lien effectively on the property. That does not get wiped out for foreclosure. So
right,
it'll get paid back.
Okay. Questions on the report? You done good.
That's it. Okay.
All right. Now we've got the beach party. All right.
Sorry, 3 more things for you.
If not, it doesn't matter. Yeah, scroll because it would be. Yeah. Yeah. Go to the website. Just go to. Oh gosh, what's happening? What is happening?
Okay, guys. Say flight chair.
Yeah, I know it's in the finance department.
Got his eye on you, buddy. Those RGs, bro.
Why is this website so exactly. Those services.
All right.
You
Guys, we
don't
made
need a
it.
pretty picture if you can't get it, so.
We made it here. Yeah, I'm blinding everyone. Okay. So I think we presented this to the last council, but I wanted to go over a little bit of what Benjamin and I have been working on over the last couple months, which is our financial transparency portal through ClearGov. We're very excited about this. It gives us an excellent way to communicate our finances in real time. This is our overview page. You can find this on the finance part of our website. It's called Financial Transparency. That's how I pulled it up here. They populate this with our overall stats, and we give them information throughout the years that you can see trends over time. And then we have a little drop-in for our projects. I'll jump to that. The projects page, all of the projects that are ongoing or particularly impactful at the moment, we can.
If I could jump in for one second, it looks like Colleen got so excited she's already on the CIP. So if you want to go.
Wait, what am I doing? I thought
it was Beach Park, but we're gonna jump forward on CIP. But that's okay. Keep driving on. We can go back. That's no
Sorry.
problem. You're doing a good job.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Okay, well, yeah, there's like, okay, yeah, so we're doing CIP now. So remediate and construct Paradise Park. We are very close to completing that project. Todd has been working very hard.
What does that mean?
We are planning on completing it before the new year.
Okay.
So everything is moving quickly, and we are on our contractors to do it quickly.
Okay, so Paradise Park and be finished by year end, and January, we can open it to the public.
We have a groundbreaking, or not groundbreaking, a opening.
Ribbon cutting.
A ribbon cutting.
Yeah.
A ribbon cutting
When is that?
ceremony scheduled for that, as well as the splash pad. The splash pad should be finished at the end of the year as well. Which,
It's either, we either have it, it's tentative right now, but we're looking at the christening and maiden voyage of the new boat on the 4th, Paradise Park on the 11th, Splash Pad on the 18th, and Hampton Park on the 25th.
It's going to be a packed January.
You went from boat to bar, park, and okay.
Yeah,
Lots
we're
of
getting
stuff.
a lot of new things
Yeah, a lot
in
of ribbon
January.
cuttings for you all in
A lot of Christmas
January.
presents, yeah. So that'll be completed. Both of those should be completed very, very shortly. The last project I wanted to highlight is Crandon Park, which is very complex. We just got our notice to proceed from the TPO today for the $90,000 grant that we got. So we have our kickoff meeting for the 30% design the first week of January. So that project will be underway. We're very excited to get that started. The Green Bike Lane project that's been ongoing, that we have a grant through FDOT for about $100,000. That is being, we're receiving bids over the next week or so. So that's continuing to move forward. And then our Public Works Department and our engineers are working closely with the county on the RIF funds that we got to begin the construction process for the intersections at Harbor and Crandon and Key Colony and Crandon as well. And we're also working on resizing the traffic circle at Fernwood and Harbor Drive to alleviate some of the congestion that we experience in the morning peak hours.
Okay,
Okay.
fantastic.
Do you want me to, I have like two more things. Do you want, okay. We can do Beach Park now if you want. We'll do that one.
I would just go straight to the website again. Oh, okay.
Beach Park,
Yeah, we have a
That's
presentation.
going back to Section 3 Alpha,
Now go back.
but then it's got a, it's Exhibit 3, fact check. Exhibit 3 Alpha. Well done, Chief.
Just go Village Keyscape.
This one? That's November 29th. All right, so we'll just go.
Where was he?
Scroll up.
so the other day I went to the beach park, but I didn't see any, there's no construction going on, there's nothing going on there, or?
We're in the design phase currently. So
Okay.
the improvements you've seen at Beach Park are going to be the repainting. I don't know if you noticed the terracotta red color that's everywhere has been transitioned into a soft coral at Beach Park. All the landscaping has been completely cleaned out. You can actually see the trees as their bases and the foliage and the canopies. It looks really nice. And then
No, I did see that there's sand where there, it's, the sand just went over the little wall there, and it's all over where I guess there was grass there before.
So there's always been sand from the seawall into the grass area. There, I think that's been there.
Oh, it's always been there? Okay.
It's always been there.
Right.
Yeah, it's
That's
meant
right.
to be this transition from a turf kind of landscape where the palm trees are into a beach landscape where the Adirondack chairs are. We just put the turf down
Oh, I
and,
thought the sand just,
no, it's intended to, it'll eventually get a little bit more organic of a transition, but because it's new turf, it looks like fully grown turf is interacting with sand right now. So it'll smooth out over time. Yeah. Okay.
when is Beach Park gonna be finished?
I think 2024. If we can get the funding to complete it, we can implement.
2024?
But we're going to do it in a number of phases, and she'll walk you through.
I'll walk you through the phases, and they're not, yeah, we'll just walk through the phases.
Okay, so I want to make this bigger. This is our 30% design site plan. We can go through some details. This is a little less saturated than it should be. You cannot see the phase colors at all. But essentially, the first phase is phase 0, which is this heavy maintenance that we're doing. It's mostly focused on the beach side. And then a few of the painting elements and the structures and things. The next phase is the blue, which I think you can see fairly well here. That is updating the pavilion. The roof needs a lot of work. It's going to be fully replaced. The interior room is going to be removed. It's supported by 8 poles. So we're going to remove 2 of those interior poles and add a structural beam on top. So when you walk into the beach like pavilion area, you're just going to see essentially straight through to the lawn and the ocean, and it'll be a lot more of an open airway kind of feel. We're removing the boardwalk to create a level interaction between the east and the west side, and transitioning the east side into the playground and the splash pad area. The showers are going to be updated. A lot of the fixtures don't work anymore, and they're not manufactured either. So that needs to be updated. The 2 restroom buildings are not in great shape, and at the very least, they need their roofs to be replaced. And once we replace roofs, you've already you'd already reached the over 50%, improvement. So you have to bring the whole thing up to code. And so we might as well combine those buildings, make them take up a little bit less space in that central area, open it up. The splash pad's going to be redone so that we don't have those bollards in a circle. It's just going to be.
What's your general budget for this?
We have, we've budgeted to be about, let's go here to the phases. Wow, you can't see that either.
Roughly.
Okay. 1.7, 1.8 million. But part of that is we have a lot of elements in here, like a playground and the play surfacing and the splash pad. Those take up a lot of that budget.
So it's construction plus FF&E, right?
Mm-hmm, that'd be fully done. Yeah.
Mr. Sardinius.
Just a question only because it's come up in the past, possibly lack of maintenance in the past, and that's why we're doing what we're doing now. Is that part of that budget number?
The ongoing maintenance of the park is not a part of the construction number.
Do we have a plan?
We actually have a ongoing maintenance plan for the park currently that we've ramped up over the last couple of months. I think we do the lawn cutting every week now, and we do the hardscape power washing 3 times a year. We bumped that up so that we could, make it look nice for the holidays.
Okay.
So there's an ongoing maintenance plan. I can get the solid budget for you, but the idea is that anything that we plant there, anything that we put there is going to be easily maintained. All the materials, we're hoping people can't knock holes in them. We're trying to make it very durable, so when people put a lot of wear and tear on these facilities, it's not like we have to reconstruct an entire building, so.
Okay, so you have a plan. This is in the architectural plans already, or?
It's 30% design. We're actually moving through permitting. We're starting the permitting process with FDP because we're past the CCL zone lines.
Full construction line.
Yeah, so we have to go through DEP. We're really not doing much to that east side, but because we are just past it, we have to go through that.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So, through the chair, are you asking for our approval for this today in order to move forward to permitting with the DEP?
No, this is just an update. This is the manager's report update.
So I think that we need to make this kind of discussion at some point because the design is very nice, okay, and I like the renderings and everything, but I think we need to have the discussion. Number one, do we need it? Do we want it? I look at the budget of $1.786 million. I don't believe it, and I'll tell you why from past experience. Paradise Park, when we did the schematic design, they told us it was $800,000. It ended up being 1.5 plus other unforeseen stuff put on top of it. So this isn't easily going to end up being a $2.5 million all the way up to possibly $4 million. But you can't tell me a park of this size and magnitude of what we're doing is only going to be 1.7 when we're doing a park right next door is costing us more than that. And even if you take out the remediation and FPL, it's 1.5 something. So I don't believe the price. So we have to sit down and say, is this where we want to put our money? I can tell you, I'm happy with the park the way it is if it was maintained correctly.
Can I interrupt
Yeah.
you for a second? Did you all approve this in the capital improvement plan?
No, we have not. Well, the capital improvement plan, I believe, has some
1.7?
budgeted to some of it.
Funding. There's no.
How much
design
funding did we approve?
In fiscal year '22, we
Yeah.
approved $650,000. In fiscal year
$650,000.
'23, we approved $470,000.
But we haven't approved that next year, have we? Oh, you're saying the last year's and this year's.
And this
We
year's
got about
combined.
we got about 1.1 million
1.1
against it,
million.
and then we have money that we would then recommend in
Right.
FY24.
Right.
Okay, so, but the discussion, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it's, I mean, it's, if you approve something in the capital improvement plan, is because you're gonna do something. Otherwise, it shouldn't be on there, right?
Yeah. So I don't personally remember councils giving the direction that we need to do a whole new project here. I remember having discussions that it's not well maintained. We have things falling apart. We have things that are having major issues that we need to go there. I walked over there. I saw that, I don't think buildings need to be torn down. I think they need to be uplift and refinished and refurbished.
I don't disagree with you. I was there with my bike. I thought the place was gonna be crumbling, and I didn't see it that way, but.
I don't either. And there's some ideas that, I know Jeremy and his team and the architects are talking about, taking down the bathrooms and moving them over so you can see. Like, for me, it's not that important to spend that kind of money to do that. I like some of the ideas of the playground equipment. I don't know whether a splash pad, one of my questions were the splash pad kind of looks like the one we have right now, just in a different position. Is it worth the money to move that? Or can we do something where it is now? So I think that we have to have that discussion in order to make sure this is what we want to put our money to. If not, we can redirect that budgeted money, put whatever we need in to do it, and redirect that money into other projects that are important.
Okay, you two were in on this, so I'd like to hear from you, council member.
Yeah, I'm happy to have that discussion. But I think that the critiques were more than maintenance, significantly more than maintenance. For example, the fence is deemed to be ugly, and I think it is. And we kind of came to a desired point of view that would be replaced with something more elegant, something more suitable. But then when we got into this, and maybe the story of Beach Park is a story of incrementalism, because when you start looking at individual elements within Beach Park, my very strong recollection is that we found a number of items that were more than mild criticisms once you start looking at it in detail. So the incrementalism is, if you're going to do this, it inevitably leads to doing that and this and that and this, and so it goes. The bit about the structure in the bathroom, I think was an afterthought, but the observation when it finally, sort of gelled and we really looked at it, was that it's poorly designed, but even more poorly used, and obstructs visually the fact that there's an ocean out there. So I think that your instinct about having this discussion is correct. We never really settled on plans, but I think we did settle on criticisms that were far beyond maintenance. That's my memory.
Yeah, and I do remember some bits of this. Like I remember us talking about, and I particularly remember being excited about the change of the pavilion, of opening it up, because I feel that is very much underused because it's an awkward space. You can't see from one side to the other. There isn't really a room to have like a party. It's just like a round. The moving the bathrooms and moving the splash pad, I don't particularly remember. And I agree with you, Brett, it's a big number. And I do wonder about being able to do all of this work for how much you think we might be able to do it for. And the Paradise Park, I think there was another detail that you left out, Brett, was that not only did it come in so much more money, we drastically
reduced
it. And then it came in much, much higher. So those concerns, I think, are real. And I do think that it needs to be a decision, that we make that is, how far do we want to go with this park? It does, I know that the structures need work. I know that we all really were jazzed about that pavilion change. I totally agree that in a perfect world, when you walk in, you should see the beach. It'd be amazing. But I don't know if at this point, after it's been, I might need a little more convincing that it's almost the same money to just move it as it is to bring it up to code or whatever. So I think this is a little, oh, by the way, it's beautiful and you did a really good job.
Consultants know.
So, but I do think it is more than maybe we had envisioned in some ways.
Yes, Jeremy.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make a couple comments. One is the splash pad's not actually moving.
Okay.
It is actually in the same location to take advantage of existing plumbing, that sort of thing. Substantial, though, is that we're proposing moving all the pump equipment. The pump equipment 100% needs to be replaced. At that point, it's literally in the middle of the park right now. It's where we're proposing the playground, so I think there's pretty broad consensus that that's a good idea. The other item, and we did study this quite a bit about whether we could preserve the existing restroom facilities sort of as is. The challenge there, and this is, if Renee's still here. Renee's not here now, but the issue we have there is once you do a certain amount of work on them, you have to bring them up to current code.
The 50% rule?
Yeah, the 50% rule. If you go over 50% of the value, which in this case, replacing the roof gets you very, very close. By the time you do a couple other things, you're definitely going to go over 50% with a significant renovation. I think they are not at base flood +1 in terms of flood protection. So at that point, and we would really, actually, if we're going to do any flood proofing, we would want to go up a little bit higher to really make them safe in the event of a storm.
You got to go up 10 feet there? Or?
No. We can do it with just panels. Mm-hmm. But you couldn't flood proof the existing structures because they're
hardy board.
They're hardy board. Yeah. They're flimsy. They're fine for what they are. It's not that they need to be super structures, but it's not something you can flood proof. So it would be challenging to renovate. And in terms of price, what I would say a big difference is most of the structures really are staying. And I think the things where we're going to see the numbers are pretty high are like the playground equipment and the splash pad. So, of course, though, look, pricing is volatile. Trying to price off of preliminary drawings is tricky, and we'll keep working on nailing down the price. But this is definitely more of a renovation and not new construction as well. So that might be why the price is suspiciously low.
And I know Beach Park is a bigger footprint, but when you think about what we're actually improving, it's this central area right here. It's pretty thin, not very wide. The structure of the pavilion itself, that pad is staying. A lot of the knee wall that's on the east side is staying. That courtyard is staying. We're not doing a full dig 6 feet deep, take everything out, put new in for that kind of area that you see out on Paradise Park. So I think there's not quite an apples to apples comparison, but Jeremy's right. Prices do change. I will say I added a pretty significant contingency onto the estimate that I got. And also knowing as we develop our 90%, those will become a little bit more specific in the unit prices. And we're working with the playground manufacturer to get more specific on the elements that we would be including, and we can, value engineer that kind of thing. I will say that the playground is a huge benefit for this community, so that's something that we might bring back to you and ask your opinion on from a features standpoint and a pricing standpoint.
Okay.
Could we then agree to maybe bring this back and go through the elements and find out what we want to keep and what we may not be interested in, so we can kind of give them direction to move?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that I see a bigger problem is that, coming here new, so, but I don't understand how we either are doing a project or we're not doing a project. I don't remember in my prior, that we had that kind of confusion, and, so I'd like to get educated on how do we do this process, because it's kind of strange that it's in our capital improvement program, and all of you said, maybe yes, maybe no.
We really intended to do certain things. We just didn't develop a full scope.
Yeah.
There is a project.
Absolutely. We knew we were renovating the beach park, bringing it up to date. This just
It
has
would have
a few
X
more
cost.
bells and whistles
Okay.
than I was expecting.
It's something for us to look at
Okay.
that we can now discuss. Yeah.
Okay, are we ready for it to come back, or is it something that needs to move a little bit further forward?
So for our 90% should be more or less completed in February. So we could bring back that in March. I will say I'm hesitant to have our consultants continue with 90% of a particular design that we're going to change. And if we're going through permitting and we're submitting these documents to FDEP and changing them constantly, we
Got a point?
want to be careful about doing that. So not that we have to, absolutely don't need to make any decisions now, but it might be worth having a conversation.
Mr. Manager, what's your input here?
So I think, okay, I think we can bring something back. I mean, can we do something at 60%? Is that going to be worthwhile?
I think Jake was going to look at some of the unit pricing and get a little bit more accurate on a few of those things so we can bring it back. And if you want, like, we can bring out the full unit pricing by phase for you, and we can get into a deeper dive. It's going to take a little bit more time. I don't know if council is the right venue for that, but it can get very specific, and it's, kind of a technical expertise kind of piece. So I would want Jake and Jeremy there as well.
Yeah, so I would suggest, I mean, look, we've got it, and I can't tell what this is, slide 8. I mean, I think we can break that down into more detail. And I think we can also align it better to what it looks like, these, I think these look better than they look up on the
Yeah, the printed
sign,
versions are very different.
But maybe blow it up a little bit bigger so you can understand exactly what's where, and discuss exactly what each one of those items are and put a cost against it.
Okay, so at Councilmember Moss's urging, we bring it back when?
Council meeting?
60 days?
Yeah, or next council meeting. I don't mind.
I don't think we'll be
guys
ready
will
for
be ready.
January. I think we need to give them a little more time. February would have to be.
Yeah, you'll have more information to work with.
Okay, February then.
Yeah.
All right, so then in February, it comes back as a discussion item as to how much we want to really do there, whether you want to go the full or the half, right?
Yep.
Okay. Is that clear direction, Mr. Manager?
We got it.
All right. Okay, are we done? Can we,
We have the grants too, if we want to talk. That's a celebratory thing.
can we skip 6 here, Mr. Manager?
Let's see.
Financial update, CIP. I think we just did CIP.
Oh, okay. Can you do seawall in
Oh, yeah.
2 minutes or less?
Senior program update?
So we're back on section 5 is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
Yep. Okay, yeah, we can do a quick update, and I think the key thing is maybe not the new council members, but the other council members have seen this.
Yeah.
This is an update from Roland to show us where we are, but also it's really to get guidance on moving forward. The key thing, I think we know the technical stuff, he's gonna tell you that. The things that we're gonna have to address, and the big discussion we're gonna have at the council is what are the trigger points that begin to require people to make these changes? And so that really becomes, that's the hard part of this ordinance, right? I mean,
So just so that I'm up to date, there is an ordinance in the works.
There is, and I'll let
yes.
Rowan give you the update on that.
There is an ordinance in the work. A technical justification for the ordinance language was developed. It is online and accessible to people who are contemplating doing something with their seawalls. Ordinance language has been drafted. It's been passed on to Chad. Chad and his team have been going through and reviewing and revising that language. When it's in a form that we can start potentially doing some stakeholder outreach, we will do that to get input from the community and those people that would be affected. And at that point, that would go back to Chad. Language might be revised further before it's brought to council for first reading.
All right, so Chad, we're talking about February, March, or?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we have a pretty far along ordinance. I think what the manager said is correct. We still need to figure out kind of the trigger points because, you know, when somebody redevelops their property, for example, are we going to make them elevate their seawall? But we have the standards. We have pretty much, yeah. I mean, I think February, March.
Isn't it just the same thing we just finished talking about? If it hits 50%, you trigger it?
That's a Florida Building Code provision. That's why Jeremy was saying it. The seawalls don't have a similar provision. But
we could make it.
Yes.
We chose to.
Correct. Or, you know, we've talked about a variety of different things that would trigger, because think about it. If you have a home and you're renovating your home, do you all of a sudden make the property owner also bring the seawall up to the new code? So there's different things that have to be discussed. Also, when you're talking about going an additional 2 feet.
But excuse me,
Sir.
if you're renovating your kitchen, what does that have to do with the seawall, right?
That's exact. I understand that. I totally agree with you. But people have discussed, you know, maybe that being a trigger point. I'm just throwing out there. Not to mention, when you elevate 2 feet on your seawall, there's going to have to be maybe some other conditions made, right? And you also have your maybe neighbor concerns. So there's that is the hardest point that we're still working through.
Okay. But
This
you guys are
February,
going to bring
March,
it to
yes.
us.
Yes,
Okay.
February, March is
Yeah, we got to run through and look. A lot of we're not the first ones who've done this. City of Miami's done this and looked at trigger points. You know, Fort Lauderdale's done it. Look at trigger points. Obviously, they're a little bit different than we are, but I think we can definitely take best practices and we put a framework down, and then go from there.
And we have been looking at the ordinances that were passed for the city of Miami, for Fort Lauderdale, for the city of Miami Beach, for North Bay Village, for Fort Lauderdale, for Broward County. All of those are being taken into consideration as we model our ordinance language.
But I do think what's important to know is, and you can see it obviously right here, is that, you know, at 6.5 feet, I think it's it. You know, the county's going to direct that sooner or later. We might as well adopt it.
Yeah.
And then I think it's really important that when we do direct the way in which you build, is that we also ensure that it's capable of taking 2 more feet on top of it. So, you know, whenever that might be, whether that's, you know, 30, 40, 50, 60 years down the road, it allows you to get to 8.5 feet if necessary.
Okay. Like to go to mayor and council members.
Just be
May I
clear
ask-
though, before you go there, Mayor, we do have the financial report in here. That is a requirement every quarter. It's in the packet, and if that's good enough for you, we can leave it as is.
That's good enough for me.
It's good enough
Okay.
for me.
Councilmember Moss.
May I ask a clarification question? Was the senior program update given? I just wanna
We heard
clarify
it and
my
we
needs.
loved it. Councilmember Moss.
Thank you. Do you want to read it, or I'll just go from there? I'll just
I'm
go from
sorry.
there. I'll read it. That's fine.
I didn't hear a couple of the items, but that's fine.
I think we just went over some of the most important ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Establish a minimum time requirement before the first budget hearing for the manager to provide the annual proposed budget to allow sufficient time for council review. Councilmember Moss.
So I bring this up because, being up here for the last 6 years, we usually get our budgets to review, the final budget a few days before our hearing. So, I've already talked to Steve about this, and I'm sure Steve will comply with whatever we direct him to do. But the reason why I believe that this should be an ordinance, because I think it should be something that should stick out all the way out to the future with different managers, different councils, that there should be a requirement that the budget should be submitted to council by a certain amount of time to give enough time for council members to do proper review that they need to do. So I want to have that discussion. In my head, I'll give you that I don't think it should be any closer than 14 days before the hearing. But what I was going to ask is to hear what you guys thought, and maybe if you're okay, I can go and sit with the manager and help kind of draft an ordinance and bring it back, if you guys are okay with that, and then we can again discuss how many days we want to do, because I'm sure that staff may have some issues that they need to solidify before they can submit something to us as well.
Through the chair, if I can ask the attorney, what do other municipalities do? Do other people have ordinances like this, and what do they typically say?
I'm not aware of another community that has an ordinance. I think that typically, the manager works for the council, and the council directs the manager. And, if you guys give the manager a deadline, they do it. And I've seen that. I've seen other communities, councils say that.
So I'm hesitant about an ordinance only because I really worry about tying hands as circumstances change. I think it's a great idea for each council to think about what they need and what the year looks like, and talk to the manager and set a time that's mutually agreed upon. But I worry about really writing it down and saying, this is going to be the one size shoe that's going to fit all every single year.
I like that. Yeah.
I feel that way too. The difficulty really is getting the budget in time to absorb it, understand it, but still have time to get together with Benjamin and with Steve and with anybody else that you need to talk to and go through that process. That's important. And we are good about doing that, but it's good to do it when you're not time compressed. And it happens at the same time when they're having their worst time of the year.
So, if I can add to the discussion, the top number comes on June 1st. So they really can't do anything without the top number, right, CFO?
In June?
July 1st.
June is just the estimates. July 1st is the actual.
Understand, but usually it doesn't change that radically, right?
This past year was a unique exception, but generally correct.
Okay, so that's one of your trigger points, right? You're stuck with not knowing what the top number are. They can give you a lot of information about other things, about what they think it's going to cost to do fire, police, et cetera, which are not necessarily all dependent on that top number. But it's kind of an equation. It just doesn't work if you start at the top and then. But having said that, I would agree with Council Member McCormick that, putting it in writing it isn't necessarily going to solve the problem and just create another ordinance. But I think that we should be in sync with the manager and say, Mr. Manager, for best practices and best results can we have it, one week ahead and 10 days ahead? I don't know what the number is either, but I think that's a better approach. I am very glad that you're thinking about it this far ahead. So I would suggest, why don't you sit with the manager and let's see if we can come up with something that we're all comfortable with that will help us make better policy decisions down the line.
Suggestion for
yes,
for your interaction with Steve and Benjamin. I think last year it worked really well. It doesn't always. Sometimes, and this is going back into the past, it doesn't always work quite as well. So my suggestion would be look at how it worked last year and try to hardwire it, because I thought last year was brilliant.
See, it's weird because I had the opposite experience, right? Because I felt that we got it on Wednesday or Thursday, right before a holiday, and the first hearing was on that Tuesday. I was all day here on Tuesday, meeting with everybody back to back the entire day. I mean, it was just insane. That was why I brought this up, going, how can we get this 5 days over holiday, right? And I remember asking, we can't see the numbers a couple of days before. You guys have to get this to us a couple weeks before so we can have the time to look through it and meet with all of you. But it didn't come that way. It came like right up against it. And I was like, so that's why I said putting something in writing. Maybe it's not, maybe it could be by resolution, or maybe it's just a strong direction that we all can say, this is what we want. But I'm just telling you that now every council member, every council out there is going to have to start doing that and remembering, oh, we have to say this. If not, we could receive it within 3 days before or 5 days before, and here we are. You know, I just think it's unfair to put that burden on the council members to try to find out what's going on.
Our perspectives are interesting. But
Yeah.
I'll tell you when I thought it really didn't work at all, and I'll give you that example, but I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Okay.
You'll be armed with what doesn't work.
So I can sit down and talk to the
Great
manager and
discussion.
come up with what we think is a reasonable time, and we'll give a direction.
All right.
That's fine with me.
If I may also just, I think one of the differences too is how we approach first and second budget hearing. If it's going through only a portion the first time like we used to do, and then the second half the other time, when we really, like with John, when we went like line by line, that then you really, really need it early. But when we're doing it the way, you know, we kind of did it more globally, and we looked at things like, it was almost like the way we do with an ordinance between first and second reading, that if they're really, really swamped and they can't get it sooner, there was, I felt like, a little less pressure to be fully prepared for the first hearing, knowing we had the second, that we could really have that time to go a little deeper.
Okay.
One other practical insight. We have learned not to engage in millage polemics at first budget hearing. This being a function of mathematics, not of optics. That helps manage first budget hearing a lot compared to years past.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
The good news is that you actually gave us another week, so budget hearing is not right after Memorial Day, thank goodness. It is September 12th, so I will commit to having the budget to you on August 29th.
That's what, 2 weeks?
2 weeks before.
All right. I like that.
Which is when we had it to you last year, so, but happened to be 1 week earlier. So we're splitting the difference because we have one more week, so I think we can meet that.
All right, so
Good job, Brett.
done.
All right. Let's skip over to village attorney, Chad.
So as I discussed yesterday at the orientation, we do have a couple of topics to bring forward to implement the charter amendment that passed. I've spoken with Councilmember McCormick. I think it would be a good idea, since she was the chair of the Charter Revision Commission and she heard the input, that maybe I can sit with her and kind of filter it out a little further and then bring the ordinance forward, if that's okay with the council.
That's consensus of council.
Beautiful.
So we'll do it.
All right, and then you'll bring back an ordinance, and hopefully Mr. Winton can also opine on it.
Sure.
All right. I'm going to skip my item. I've heard different comments from you all, and we'll continue to work on it.
Okay.
There's an issue about the January 17th meeting that.
Yeah, I have a conflict, scheduling conflict. Was wondering if you all would mind pushing it out a week to the 24th.
That's okay with me. I've got nothing
I have a
scheduled.
birthday on the 24th.
Mr. Manager, you got anything?
Let's just always know that when you move one meeting, it affects another one. because what it does is it gives us a shorter time cycle to come back for the next agenda. I got to look at the calendar to say whether that's a yes or a no, but
That'll give you 3 weeks.
yeah. So it's a quick turn. And the thing is, we've got a lot of stuff coming up. We want to make sure that we have the time and effort that we really bring forward to the council good quality work. And that usually takes the whole 4 and sometimes 5 week process. Getting it down to 3 weeks, like we just did here, there's a reason why this thing is this small, because we only have so much to do. So we can do it if that's the will of the council. I would prefer we do it on the 17th, but again, you guys can make that call.
If it's a problem that is not easily manageable, I defer to you. I can do the 24th if everybody else can.
Zoom's going away.
Brett?
Yeah, I mean, I have my sister-in-law's birthday's on the 24th, but, if we had put it there, that's fine. But I do want to put caution that we don't move too many meetings around. I mean, sometimes you can't make one, it's fine. Because once this goes out, public, has it on their calendars, and once you start shifting around, it creates problems. But good thing that this is still early. The schedule's not out 100% right now. So, yeah, I can move to the 24th.
When is MLK?
I believe it's the
think
previous
it's
week.
16.
I'll tell you right now.
16th.
So are you off? Are we off on the 16th?
Yes. Now, obviously, that's that we would prefer not to do on the day afterwards. Would the 18th work, or is it that week that's an issue?
It's that week.
We're in Tallahassee on the 18th.
We are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gone that week, starting the 17th. I leave that morning.
And the reason why I bring that up, the concern of having a short time, we also have the issue when we brought the April meeting to April 4th. So we're going to have another one just 2 months later. That's also going to be a short turn. So we start to make these short periods between developing agendas. It's harder to get stuff done.
Can you be on Zoom?
Yeah.
It's all right. You can do
Yeah,
it.
I can. Yeah, it sounds. It's fine. It was an ask, but I don't want to put anybody out.
Let's stick to the 17th.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think also.
Thanks for the consideration, though. I appreciate it,
Sometimes you
guys.
miss, and it's okay.
What's that?
Sometimes you miss.
Yeah,
And if you
yeah,
only can do Zoom for certain items.
I was hopeful it would just be like, yeah, sure, no problem. That gives us another week. But, I had to try. But thank you. I appreciate the consideration, guys.
Okay. For the good of the order, anything? A motion to adjourn.
Move.
Move to second, and all those in favor say aye.
Oh, you got your.